Okay, okay, now it's working. Vai pure.
Okay. Thank you very much to be all here. I am really happy that after several years of COVID, of not being able to have our meeting, finally we are all together here. All our friends, some new people who are going to know, to understand what our association is and what it means being together. So I am really very, very happy to have you all here, and I hope that we can restart in the next years, every year, our conference, which is the occasion to see each other, to be friendly to each other, to have a good dinner together. And I think that aspect is also important. Of course, the most important is that we all share love for the problems of distribution. We are all involved in distribution. We like it. We like to be able to speak about it with our colleagues, to understand what is going on, what is happening. I think it's a marvelous occasion. And so I thank you very much to be here. And I also thank all the people who have helped us to organize this. And Silvia, you can continue on this.
Yeah, thank you. So also from my side, thank you very much for making this possible again after 2 years. And also thanks to all those who are participating in streaming because we're not able to come in person. I also would like to thank Carlotta and Laura because this year it has been the most difficult conference to organize, I must say, and they really had a huge job to do. And Rita, of course, and then I would like to thank Ignacio Alonso, who helped us to find the good, fantastic locations where we are here, and Rocio Belda, the Margelina, who also connected with us with all the institution here. And this is the reason why we are happy to have here the representative, the local institutions, and I would like to thank them because for us, the fact of having our conferences around Europe at least is of course the occasion for the people to know that we exist, to show what we do and to possibly have more people to join. And they helped us very much promoting our conference through their members, and so I really would like to thank them very much. First of all, I'm passing the floor to José María Alonso Puig, who is the Decano de Ilustre Colegio de Abogados de Madrid y Vicepresidente del Consejo General de Abogacía Española. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank IDI President and co-founder Mr. Fabio Bortolotti and IDI Secretary General Silvia Bortolotti, and of course to my dear friend Rocio Belda. We have been partners for many years in Garrigues, so we know very well each other. And indeed I'm the Dean of the Madrid Bar Association. The Madrid Bar Association is the largest bar association in Europe. We are 77,000 lawyers, and that represents half of the lawyers in Spain. The following week, we will celebrate our 425th anniversary. We were founded by King Philip II in 1597. So we are a very old organization and a very strong organization. We are very happy to see that Congress like this, organized by the International Distribution Institute, takes place in Madrid. This is not because I'm Madrilean, but Madrid is now a booming city. I think things have been doing in the right way, and the fact that you come to this city is good news for us. I hope you will enjoy the city. For those it's your first time here, you will find that there are a lot of things to do. Probably it will be too hot, which is unusual for this season of the year, but I am sure you will delight the city. Of course, distribution law and distribution contract are, a very important part of the work of many lawyers in Madrid. In fact, we have a section for distribution law in the Bar Association, and I probably would like, through Rocío, to do things together in this section. Today and tomorrow, you will have the opportunity to go over interesting topics as the expansion of the online channel impact on distribution strategies, the new EU roles on vertical restraints, the coordination and strategies when combining online and traditional offline distribution channels, and for how to comply with antitrust rules and dual distribution. I have no doubts that you will seize this unique opportunity to learn from the experiences and knowledge of world-class experts from the world. As I said before, I would like to invite all of you to maximize your time in Madrid and to get connected with the local firms. Here in Madrid, we have very important firms, not only national firms, but foreign law firms that are doing very well. And most, if not all, of those firms have distribution lawyers. I think that to involve these lawyers for this organization will be a good opportunity to enlarge your activities in this country. And that's all from my side. I welcome you to this city. I am entirely at your disposal if you need anything from the Bar Association. And I hope this Congress will be a great success. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are very happy to be here in Madrid. Thank you very much. And now I would like also to thank Jordi Ruiz de Villa, who helped us in connecting also with the European, the Association Española de Franquiciadores. And I will pass the floor, I will give the floor to Eduardo Abadia, Executive Director of the Association Española. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. In this important ID to Annual Conference 2022, my name is Eduardo Abadia, of course, and I am the General Manager of the Spanish Franchise Association. It's a pleasure to share this inauguration with the President ID, Fabio Bortolotti, their Secretary General, Silvia Bortolotti, and Jose Maria Alonso, Dean of the Illustrious Bar Association Madrid, and then Dorita Welewich. Firstly, I would like to congratulate you in the name of the chairman of the Spanish Franchise Association, Luisa Masuet, the organization and the opportunity of this conference. Since apology has been impossible to her to be present in this inauguration. Of course, I would like the work of the legal committee of the European Franchise Federation, the legal committee, the Spanish Franchise Association, and the work of lobbying in the Europe in this matter. I hope this conference will be a successful success, and so I will be too productive and thank you in my name, in the name of both the Spanish Franchise Association and the European Franchise Federation. Thank you very much and so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good.
It's my
So,
turn.
It's your turn.
Yes,
Okay.
Unfortunately, last year, one of our founders and a very good friend of all of us, Didier Ferrier, left us, unfortunately, and he was young enough, I think, to remain, and really it has been very, very bad news for us to see him ill, and Didier has been the greatest expert of distribution law in France and also through Europe. He has been working at the beginning with Mousseron, Professor Mousseron, and they have developed this idea of really trying to understand the legal issues regarding distribution, but trying to understand what really happens in the world of distribution. So he has always created a link, a very close link to the companies, to the people who were doing distribution. And he has played a very, very, very important role in developing ideas. And so we have very often been discussing. We did not always have the same idea. I remember on franchising, we had a different view. He had the view that franchising was mainly transferring know-how, commercial know-how. My view was that the most important thing in franchising was the common image. And so we discussed, but it was always fruitful discussion. And unfortunately, we have been to him. He had the house of his family. He began as in the Navy, working in the Navy, because his father was an admiral. He was responsible of Toulon, of the port, during the Vichy period. I remember we had he was already very old, and we had a dinner together, or a lunch, and I was happy to see this important man, and I asked him, but why did you work with the Vichy government? And he said, I couldn't do all otherwise, but I was able to save a great quantity of petrol, which was used later for in the part of the war in the Ardennes by the Americans and by the other allies. So it was very nice, and he was a great lawyer, and what is very important, he was able, always curious to understand what was behind, what was really the problem, and trying to find solutions. So last year, we went, myself and Sylvia, we went to see him the last time in his house in Sanary-sur-Mer. He had a house on the sea. And I remember he was very, very ill. He was in a very difficult situation. And his partner, Dorota, who is here beside me, has been so nice. I cannot explain with him in these difficult moments until the end. And so I think I wanted to say to her, thank you for what you have done for my friend Didier. They have been together for many years, and so this is why I thought that it would have been nice to give her the occasion to tell us some words about Didier. So, Dorota, please.
Yes, as you have said, he started his career as a military in the Marine, and for 10 years he has worked there. And when he realized that he couldn't anymore be on a boat, he decided to quit the Marine and do something else. But he didn't really know at that moment what he will do. He started by saying, yes, maybe I will make my thesis in law, because he had time to do his university studies during the Marine period. And then he met his very dear mentor, Professor Mousseron, who already started working on distribution. In 70s, he made treaty about distribution, and Didier found this man very interesting, and this man found Didier very, very interesting. And starting this moment, a very long-term friendship started till the end of Professor Mousseron, and followed after with his son, who is now professor of law too. And Didier was somebody who wanted always do things. He was always occupied working every day, and Sunday too. Every day he worked, wanted to write articles, to have some, he had something like 100 theses under him, which is, wow, a very, very big amount of students to lead. And he wanted to work on many levels, European levels. He participated in many commissions to how about the obligation law, about franchising, about distribution in general. And till the end, till really the end, he continued to write some articles. He has done, he did hundreds of them. And there is another part of him, I don't know if you know, he was a black belt in Aikibudo. Yes, it is. And he practices this art for so many years. He was the president of the Association of Aikido and Aikibudo in France for many years. And he always wanted to do things, to be challenged, we had so many discussions about philosophy, law. I'm Polish, so I presented him Polish way of an institution, and he presented me a French way, and we discussed, no, it's better like that, no, it's better like that, all the time, every day, every day. So I miss him really very, very much, and we need to now to live without him, and only miss him and think only about good things that we have seen and met with him. All things he did with us here, with Fabio. This IDI institution it was such a good idea to do. So.
I wanted to add one thing. The first session of IDI was made in the Palais de Justice in Paris, and he organized everything. He organized that we could do it in that marvelous place.
Yes.
Do you remember? 20 years ago, more or less. So he has not only been a great friend, but also a great supporter of IDI. Really a person we miss very much, but we will always remember him. There is really no doubt about that. So, and now we go to more, to the future. We are going to look at the future. Silvia, what are we going? We are going to change now the...
No. You can continue and
yes, but
your
it's
speech,
the end of the
I don't know
introduction.
if
Yes.
Okay.
we have
So
to-
thank you
I
very
don't know.
much for having been here. We are honored to have the representatives of franchising of the...
My pleasure, Professor.
Hi.
Thank you.
Yes, bye-bye. Thank you very much. Huh? Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's very
So,
discuss. Congratulations.
we have been short enough, yes. As chair, you have always the problem of being in time, so that all the people can have the necessary time to speak. So now we have...
No, we are fine. We are
We
in
are
advance
only we two.
this time.
Oh.
So, it's you.
It's me. So, I will try to... our problem was how to deal with the new regulation, WIBER, on distribution, on vertical agreements. Of course, one problem was that we didn't have the last version until a few weeks before. So we didn't exactly know what would be written by the Commission. But we understood more or less the trends and the problems. And so we decided to make it a bit more interesting and easier than having somebody telling you all the new aspects one after the other. That's always very boring. And so we decided to use cases more than, so to analyze a number of situations where problems arise from the point of view of the regulation 720 and or where there are uncertainties about how to interpret certain rules, or which is worse, when there are contradictions between the needs of distribution and the ideas of the European Commission, because sometimes they are, the people of the Commission sometimes go on a way which is a bit formalistic and abstract, and far from reality. And then, of course, it is a bit, I'm sorry to be so frank, to be so explicit, but it's true. We will see it, for example, with respect to agency. It is clear that in the guidelines, what is said about agency is very interesting, but has nothing to do with the contracts of agency that we make every day. They are dealing with something totally different, with agents who are selling and come si dice, and
Promoting.
no, are giving the goods and getting the money, like the petrol stations or Flamservice bureaus. That is a case of packages for. So they have been seeing all the extreme cases which have little to do, but they didn't see the reality very much, I think, and that's perhaps also a problem of us not having informed them. We have tried, because we have had a meeting with Silvia, with some people of the DG4, and we have even given them a number of cases, of clauses, in order to show what the practice is. And it's often a practice which has no problems of antitrust, but they invent it sometimes. So this is why we tried to go on the practical side and to approach the problems from the point of view of an actual situation. And so in general, we have made these workshops. We have also, on Saturday, we have tried to look at the following big issues: coordinating online and offline, and the problem of dual distribution, which you will see it's more a theoretical problem than a real problem, because if I am selling together, I am selling online, and at the same time I am selling through resellers on the market. It's obvious that we must agree on the way that we are going to develop the market. It's impossible to imagine that we are doing something harmful by trying to organize. Yes, we are restricting a competition, but competition which is not competition because it's inside. It's obvious that it's not a problem, in my opinion. Anyhow, we will have our colleague Vogel who will deal with this. Internet platforms. This is also very complicated, because here the Commission has taken a bit an abstract view, and it's not so easy to understand what they really mean. And I think poor Silvia will be obliged to manage a case where we will try to understand what it means, what are the limits, what can you do and what you can do. Protecting distributors against parallel sales, we will deal with this tomorrow with two colleagues. And here, of course, there is a big innovation that you can also prohibit active sales to direct customers of your distributor. And so we are going to analyze this situation and to see what happens if somebody tries to evade this through an Estonian company which is not in the distribution, in the exclusive distribution network. That will be, I think, interesting to try to understand how it works really, all these problems. Then there is another very important issue, in my opinion, which is protecting a selective distribution network against sales by unauthorized distributors from territories not covered. This idea of the Commission that you should not include territories which are not covered creates a lot of practical problems. And I think That is two. And then last but not least, establishing selective distribution networks managed through exclusive distributors in different countries. This is, I think, a very important problem in the perfume industry and certain industries, where a small, medium-sized company is unable to organize a distribution network covering the whole EU. What are they doing? They have exclusive distributors, and they ask their exclusive distributors to organize for them the network in their country. So to choose to select the distributors and to govern them, to sell them the goods, to control them, always under the same name of the supplier. This type of organization, of course, requires that the distributor of each country is protected against active sales of his colleagues in other countries. Otherwise, how can you develop a network if you know that once you have developed it, your colleague in the neighboring country who is already working for a time will, I think it's obvious that that is not, but the Commission says no, it is, they must be free to have to exchange, you cannot limit them, you cannot mix exclusive distribution and selective distribution, which is wrong, because actually they are in the same position of the supplier with his network. And so this is one problem, I think, and here we have really a contradiction, because there are lots of contracts of this type in Europe, and the Commission does not understand that it is something they must deal with. They cannot simply say, no, it cannot be done. So I think these are more or less the great issues. There are some I forgot probably, but you will see them during the sessions. And I am happy that we have tried to put them in practical cases so that it's always much easier to understand the problem, because you ask somebody, give me an example, otherwise I don't understand what it means. This is particularly for your case, no, it will be terrible to understand what are the rights and obligations in the relationship with your platforms. Okay, so this is all, I think, and we can go on. Is it 10 o'clock? No. So I've been very short.
We are not late for the moment.
Yes.
So yes, you will remain here, and we will change it so that the other panelists can come here. Non so se l'avevi deciso.
Re Pipino, il breve. Okay, so I've been a bit short, but I think it's better that we go to the substance of matters and not too much, too many general observations. I've been a bit critical to the Commission. There is somebody of the Commission. Yes, where? Because I am sorry, I cannot, I am very frank, I say things I think, but it's not having, they have done a marvelous work, so it is very difficult. I would not have been in their place in redrafting, in drafting the guidelines, and so I understand that it's really very difficult, and there are so many different needs together that my criticism is not against, it's simply that when I am not in an agreement, I try to explain why I have a different view and why it could be done better. But if I were on the place of the Commission, I don't know if I would have been able to do better than they did. So it's really, it's a problem because, so now my role is simply to say, yes, go on. No? Thank you. I am chairing Massimiliano. Allora, abbiamo Rossio, Ceido. Morning, can I introduce, I will introduce this first panel. I think it's interesting to understand how the expansion of the online channel, which has been very important also due to the COVID, how it impacts on the online channel impact. And we have here chair, so I give the word to you almost immediately, Rocio Belda de Mergelina, who is a friend since many, many, many years, and who is involved in Massimiliano Camellini, Max Mara. He has a great experience of a big firm like Max Mara, and he's also a marvelous photographer. He has made a book of. Sorry for losing time, but we have time. A factory that was dismissed, he has photographed it. It's a marvelous book. Black and white, he's really very, very good. And so I always like people who are not closed in their specialty only, but who have a wider view, and he has it. So then we have Pablo Diaz-Shiseido. It's interesting. You can tell us some very interesting things.
Good morning. Thank you very much for inviting me.
And Riccardo Galani Valentino.
Thank you very much.
But I don't like you here, because I would have liked your colleague, because I love your colleague very much. And she was so nice. No. I must say, his colleague, who is a very, very nice person, she had a father who died with Parkinson. I have a wife with Parkinson. So in Florence, at the last meeting, we have been discussing a lot of time about the problems of, and she was so nice, and we really had, you know, when you have this understanding with somebody else, no? Simply at table eating, and was very nice. But I'm very happy that
I will
somebody
try
of
not to
Valentino.
disappoint your expectations.
You know that once, apropos Valentino, once I was I had to take a taxi in Milano. There was a strike, and there was another person there. And okay, we went on the same taxi because we went in the same direction. And I said, well, where are you from? Oh, I am in New York, I'm here. It came out that he was the cook of Valentino, who had been buying, come si dice, I piccioni, pigeons for his boss. And so we have, and that's because he must have a nice surrounding of people, yes. No, sorry, that has nothing to do, but we must be so. And then we have Beatriz González Cristobal, Tours Group. You are You will explain, or you will explain what they are more in detail. Okay. So, stop. You know, I have been criticized because I speak too much. They have said, some of the members have said, but Fabio speaks too much. So I will stop here and only listen to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fabio. Good morning. I think that all my Madrid colleagues and myself are extremely happy to have you in Madrid. Welcome in our city. Thank you, Silvia and the IDI team, for being so positive about that and so courageous during more than 2 years trying to have this event where we will again be together in this city. For more than 10 years, I would say, maybe 12 years now, I've been traveling with my clients through the waters of the online distribution challenges. It has been an interesting journey, and I have learned a lot from them. Nowadays, the challenges are even bigger for them. And then I was very happy when Silvia asked me to introduce those challenges in this session, which will be presenting the view from a very business perspective. I have an incredible and terrific bunch of people to do that. They have together a wealth of experience in the luxury goods sector, and they have been leading the distribution strategies for them for many years. In the first place, I would ask Beatriz, who has been the Vice President for the Hermès Maison, in charge of sales precisely for many, many years, and she has also been the Managing Director for Hermès in Spain for a number of years. Now, Beatriz is a member of the Board of Directors of Tous Jewelry, which is one of the top Spanish jewelry brands. I think that she is one of the persons having a broadest knowledge of the fashion sector in this country. For this reason, I would love to ask Beatriz to give a general view on the key challenges that the sector is facing today.
Well, thank you, Lucia, for this introduction. I'm very honored to be here in this forum. I'm not a lawyer, so I am a rara avis, I think, here. But as a long-timer in the luxury industry, and specifically saying that we are in the distribution world, as a former vice president of Hermès Group, global vice president of distribution, and now in governance in other groups, this is a subject close to my heart. We are facing many challenges, of course. We have a multifaceted reality. And I think there are the key challenges. We have very, very short time, but I would say about six bullets I would like to share with you. First of all, I think one of the main challenges is how to convey all the excellence, the heritage, the magic of the intangibles that we have in the luxury industry in a homogeneous way, both in brick and mortar, in the digital, in this phygital world that we are facing. It was already a challenge between exclusive distribution and franchisees, but now it's even much more complicated, like 360 degrees. Second, we are faced with the challenge of building up management and distribution capabilities in our teams, both in omni-channel culture and across brick and mortar teams and digital teams. They have to understand that they are complementary. They are not opposites. It's very difficult. Human beings, always the reaction comes very slowly, and we have to invest a lot, and we do so, invest a lot in this culturalization, because the world is as such. They are jointly responsible for the new phygital success of the brand from now and from the future. 3, location, 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 quality, quality, and quality. non-negotiable quality. This is a mantra, it's nothing new. But with this new reality and the digital world, it's ever more important for stores, webs, platforms, social media, you name it. Content factories, brand positioning, branded content, and so on. It's ever more complex, and we need to attract a lot of talent in our organizations, and of course, among our partners, lawyers too, and bien sûr, always. The role of partners, and you are there. I always consider in-house lawyers and lawyers our greatest business partners, facilitators, and making us grow. We have to all share growth. We have to share the objectives of growth, of course, EBITDA, etc. But we have, most of all now, to align cultural and qualitative as well as ESG objectives. Now the people do not only, and the clients and partners do not only want to know what we do, but how we do it permanently. And this is very important. 5, care for sound partners. This will be one of the topics of this forum. Care for sound partners through the path of transformation and innovation strategy. Trust in capital letters as main asset for a brand value. And talent attraction and retention, another of the challenge that we face. People now are more, before you used to have this way of proceeding your life in a business, in a company. Now reality is much more in the biggest variety. And then 6 and last, seamless service. Seamless service and, of course, how to fidelize clients, how to have them with us, to keep them with us, but not harassing them, not boring them, not be banalizing our brand. So I call it passing from stalker to butler. And believe me, this is where I invest most of my time, as well as in board, as in consulting. And I think it's a good transition for Ricardo,
Yes.
who will be the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Beatriz. It is the first time Ricardo is with us. We do welcome him particularly. And having heard Beatriz, which are the specific distribution strategies that the Valentino Maison is implementing at the moment to face these challenges?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Rocio. While we were preparing this discussion panel, I thought it would be very interesting to share my experience as a legal counsel in a luxury brand. And going really straight to the point, I try to identify the distribution strategies that companies are using today. And to answer to my question, I will touch 4 major points that you will see there. First point is investing on retail channel, of course. Second point will be importance of online channel. Then I will have a few words on wholesale strategies. And then as a last point, I will say something about creating a community with a sense of belonging. So starting from first point, as you see, investing on retail channel, of course, is crucial. As a luxury brand, our boutiques are our temple. I highlighted some words in red, which I think are like the nutshell of my answers. So we want to create a journey for our clients. We want them to feel at home. And more than ever in these days, client centricity is our approach. So when we think about a store, when we think about how to distribute, when we think where to open, client should be in first position. We want to understand the needs and desire of our ever-evolving present, but also potential customers, because every day we want to expand our customer base. And of course, in doing this, we want to build brand awareness and bring always value to our brands. Of course, and pandemic, of course, let's say, gave a speed to this. Online channel is crucial. Also for brands, I think of Valentino is a brand where online, we had online, but it was not so crucial. Of course, with all our stores closed, online really helped us. But online should always be seen and used in connection with retail. So our omni-channel strategy is now real, and we are really focusing on that. Online can help us on doing two things, I think. Maximizing, you see second bullet point, and also supporting. Maximizing because we want to maximize, of course, the sales with our customers that are home and can come to our stores. But also we want to support brick and mortar because we want our clients that maybe do not come to our store to purchase online, to go to our website, and then ask them to come to our flagship stores because we are investing so much on them. And of course, in stores, we can give the clients the best possible journey and experience ever. Third pillar, and we can move to the second slide, please. Of course, we cannot forget the relationship and the strong impact of our partners. As Valentino, our business was in the past years was almost 50% retail and 50% wholesales. We are trying to reduce our presence with wholesales, but of course our partners have been really strategic for us. And what I indicated here in these 4 bullet points, as Beatrice was saying, quality over quantity is a mantra. We want to focus on the best partners possible in the cities where we do not have our stores. And in doing this, we want to preserve and increase our brand value because it's really hard to build brand value, but it's really easy to destroy because maybe you choose the wrong partner, you open in the wrong location, and that's a mess. And in this scenario, of course, multi-brand stores, if chosen with quality, can be a really potential partner because they know the clients, they know the people, they have clients going there and shopping there for many years, and so they can really contribute and help the brand to build a strong relationship with customers in locations where we are not there. And finally, this last point might sound a bit far from a proper distribution strategy, but actually it is not. Creating a community with a sense of belonging means creating brand awareness as well as a set of values in which clients can identify and can share. In order to do this, social networks, influencers have a huge roles, especially with new generations and young clients. When I think about social networks, I see our brands, for example, and all luxury brands are trying to cover all channels and brand new, let's say, platform, TikTok and Instagram, etc. And we are trying to using and engaging the best and well-known influencer. In doing this, and so having these people as our brand ambassadors, I think we must be real. We must pay very attention to what we do, and in order to avoid, for example, misleading advertising. So every time we relate with influencers, we must make sure that they use the proper hashtags. We must ensure that if we give them some products, they are showing them in the best way possible. And in doing this, I think it's getting every day a real strategy for our brands. I think my time is over. I leave to my colleague Pablo. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ricardo. Since the Commission decisions on the Yves Saint Laurent case at the beginning of the 80s, the sector of the cosmetics and fragrance have been navigating all the changes that the online distribution has made to them. They have been handling the growing of the big market players, the way in which cosmetics and fragrances are sold, even if top luxury brands are sold on the internet, the hard discount, and a number of other issues, while retaining a brick and mortar, powerful and capable of showing the importance of the brands, which is expensive, and keeping happy their brick and mortar distributors. This is an important part of the issue, and for this reason we have Pablo Diaz with us. He's General Counsel for Shiseido brand in Spain, and maybe he can give us just some ideas on what they do.
Thank you very much, Rocío. Thank you very much, Heidi, to inviting me, and thank you very much to all attendants. Well, I'm a lawyer, but as being aware that some of the people who know more about distribution and know more about competition law are in this room, I'm going to give just my point of view from an in-house lawyer. The fact that Article 101 of the European Union Treaty gives the exception to selected distribution system to sell the contract good to selected distributor is grounded in that this selection must be done in order of objective and qualitative criteria that must be the same for everyone. That's why if we want to include the modification of the strategies needed that Beatriz and Ricardo were exposing, we need also to modify the selective distribution agreement. And for companies, this is a problem, because modifying selective distribution agreement means entering in discussion with your clients that are out of the final goal of a selective distribution system, what is, of course, to sell. That's why if we want to modify an SDA, we have to think to do it to last many years. So on the one hand, it must be open enough to assume the changes that are happening very fastly, and on the other hand, it must be restrictive enough to protect the distribution system. The first key point we need to modify now, I think, is to allow pure players in selective distribution system. Traditionally, pure players were not welcome in selective distribution system because it was supposed they were a door to great marketers. Sometimes they were accused of free riding of the huge investment Rocío was talking about, that selective distribution system make. But now I think it's almost unanimously agreed that pure player must be welcome in selective distribution system. That's why we need to modify some traditional clauses like the requirement of a brick and mortar point of sale, or even the establishment of quota where the offline sales couldn't be, or the online sales couldn't be higher than the offline sales. And what I believe the selective distribution head must do is to reinforce this qualitative criteria we were talking about, no? Environment, presentation, to have a qualified customer service, able to respond any client request in a very short period, and through different touch points, like Ricardo was saying, not just telephone or email, but even through social network. And of course, to have a promotion and advertising policies in line with the brand, and why not requiring a mobile website dedicated to this kind of platform. And then the really hot issues that Fabio were introducing and will be long discussed in this conference, so I will not go deep in them, but well, the possibility of including the provision of the resale through third-party marketplaces, for some selective distribution, if finally is clear from a legal point of view, we can include it. Will be something useful to keep the watertightness of the system. There are some selective distribution systems that, in fact, work through exclusive distributor in territories. So also will be a good point to discuss if to include a restriction to active sales in other territories, and also the double pricing. I think the double pricing will be better to leave it for commercial condition, no? As Beatriz and Ricardo were exposing, the changes are happening so fastly that maybe to don't lose the flexibility we need in a selective distribution agreement, it could be perfectly fine done in commercial conditions that are signed every year. No? And finally, the new personal data flows. No? It's important for selective distribution head to require the distributor to have adequate privacy policy that covers all the different flows that are happening nowadays. And why not requiring new technologies, like, for instance, or such as intelligent artificial, no? that could replace some of the disadvantage that online sales have for a selective distribution system, no? Losing the possibility of a face-to-face advisement. And we are in a great timing, and I don't want to break, so perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Pablo. Well, we have been listening to the general ideas that the sector is implementing. The Max Mara brand has already taken a number of specific, or is implementing, putting in practice a number of specific measures in order to gain the intersection between the brick and mortar and the online channel, which we have heard, Beatriz and Ricardo, how important it is for distribution nowadays. How you do that, and which legal issues implementing these measures you need to consider. Ricardo has, in order to discuss about that, I asked Massimiliano, who is the General Counsel of the Max Mara brand, to tell us what he has been considering. He has selected three specific practices, right, Massimiliano?
Yes. Exactly. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes. So I would like to reconnect my discussion with topics indicated before by Beatriz and Ricardo too. So in particular, the necessity in the new era of intersection and connection in the view of the omnichannel between the store as a temple, as a speech as discussed by Ricardo, so the revaluation of the store as a temple for the consumers and the users. So a particular role, for example, the first one, the personal shopper, this was a role of consultant before, and mainly a consultant for the end users, operating, for example, during fashion event inside the stores. Now, in a particular experience of the luxury, is evolved in a new role of substantially a sort of intermediary offering special promotion, not with the direct contact with the end consumer, but also addressing the end consumer to particular platform or to B2C, giving them an advice regarding the assortment and the possibility to put an order and to order products. So acting as an intermediary or as an agent for the direct store or for the brands, and can be indicated in a new role, evolving by the consultant to the intermediary of the particular sales services. This is a phenomenon that we saw in our field, not necessarily in my group personally speaking, but in general was used in this way. So the second, can you go to the second slide? In the second and third case are particular because our role just existing inside the distribution structure of the brick and mortar, in particular stores. So again, speaking about the store as a temple. So the second one, for example, is the situation so-called remote sales. So the situation where the personnel of the stores use system like SMS or WhatsApp messages, or contacting the end user not directly through visit to the physical store, but with a remote distance selling and offering of products, and concluding also the sales in a remote way in many occasions, but asking the consumers to collect the products in the stores. So collecting the products in the stores, there is a new intersection and connection with the consumer, with the store again, and with the store experience. So in this way, enhancing the marketing of the store through online, substantially a new promotion, a new system of enhancing the consumer in another contentor system. The third one is the most interesting, I mean, because is back to the second. In this way, should be discussed the role of agent, for example, of the store itself and the staff for the brand and for the so the principal, for example, because he's acting also as agent in the sales, with the direct sales with the consumers. So could be explored a situation like this by the legal point of view. And the third one, so finally, is a situation where the store staff acting as a promoter for the B2C. So in many occasions, the official platform B2C of the brands is asking for the VIP client or a particular cluster of customers, ask the stores, the physical stores, to act as a promoter of the online sales using tablet or using mobile technology, no? In order to facilitate the contact with the B2C and facilitate in this way the sales. This is a situation that could be discussed by the standpoint of dual distribution, because there is falling inside the new regulation and guidelines. In this case, maybe there is an intersection and a marketing interconnection between the two worlds, the online and the offline, giving advantages to both operators in terms of a consultancy about pre-sales, for example, by the store staff, because the store staff is acting substantially as a consultant for the end consumer in consulting them the way to approach the online, to investigate the assortment, to select the products, to have a proper checkout, what is the best way to collect the products, and so on. And in the same way, the online has benefit. The brick and mortar situation have a benefit. Is not a real benefit only for the online, because in the second way, the consumer unavoidably shall refer to the specific store as a principal consultant for the online, the principal temple where to go again, a second way to investigate better the collections, the products, and eventually to put offline sales. So in this way, I think that is a mutual benefit could be exempted. I mean, but this is shall be discussed after by other speakers. I mean, so this is a overall view of intersection, but through practical cases. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Massimiliano. It's very interesting to see how you bring all these issues into practice. Because we started a little bit earlier, we are happy to take any questions that you may have. I don't know whether there are any questions from the audience. If not, there are some topics which have been mentioned and which I think raise a number of legal issues, such as the new flows of data. Beatriz, you were saying that we go from Starker to Butler, and that involves handling an incredible amount of personal data from your customers, and I guess that preparing new ways to mix up all these new flows.
Yeah, well, actually, this is the reality we're living. I mean, now we say that data is the new oil, no, or data is the new petrol, or whatever. But in our industry, and specifically in the luxury industry, but I think everywhere, data protection, and we know in Spain how tough, no, the data protection. Data protection is one of our main concerns. On one hand, you want to have this petrol, you want to have it, but then, one, you have to know how to manipulate it. You really have to know what to do with all this data. Sometimes they just end up there, you know, in the, or you have to know how to choose your best partners, like companies like Salesforce or like that help you get the best, you know, about data mining, about the, but all this before used to be a simpler reality. All this very complicated reality, at the end of the day, you have to be careful, as you said, not to devaluate the image of your brand. You want to do so many things at the same time in such complicated reality with so many players that you might lose focus. And most important of all, your singularity as a brand might be diluted. So this is one of our main concerns, and also because the clients are more and more aware that they become to be scared. You know, they are happy that you give them the seamless service, and that you go to the temple, and the temple is not a product anymore, but experience. It's a place where you experience, not only where you buy. But so it's extremely challenging, and from the legal point of view, I mean, you have a lot of work ahead, but we are very, very, very conscious of that everywhere.
Yes, and we have mentioned very, very briefly social networks, and maybe it would be nice just to mention the importance of all these new ways of advertising. We are having a brand new regulation on influencers in Spain very, very shortly, which is hardly needed. And there are also other ways, such as connections of the brands with the entertainment industry. Ricardo, you in Valentino, you do quite a lot of that.
Yes, as a luxury brand, for example, we are collaborating with like major entertainment industries in the US, for example, and actually it was really impressive how we saw that, for example, our dress that was seen in the last scene of Sex and the City last movie, like the day after the movie was released, we have a boom of researching online of people looking for Valentino and Valentino dresses, Valentino gowns. And so this is something that we need to handle with care, because sometimes when you see this potential, you say, okay, let's do everything. But we need to, at least as a luxury brand, we need to create desirability, so quality over quantity, again, But of course, we are really aware that this is a phenomenon, like great tools where we can implement and also make our brand make new customers, because sometimes new generations and young customers, they do not know the brand, or maybe they think it's just for their mothers or their fathers, but we want to have them with us, and social network, of course, are the best way possible.
Thanks, Patrick Lindgren from Finland. I think that this slide that we now see there on the screen, it's most important. I missed from your presentation, Massimiliano, the answers to how you have solved the question of whether the latter up there under remote sales, whether the promotion to the customer would be considered to be an agent. How have you, in practice, concretely solved this problem? And the other question is also about the dual distribution. What problems have you encountered in that respect so far? Thank you.
Thank you. We are not a direct experience with both situations. I spoke about experience of, in general, of our field, and in general, not personally. But in general, these two situation provides contracts and between the promoter and the principal substantial activity in the promotion, and in general also an economic consideration about this activity, not only to cover the cost of this activity, but only for reason connected to tax impact and in general need to recognize something to the activity of the promoter in general. So notwithstanding this relation are intra-group relation mainly, but is regulated like this generally.
If I can add, Rosino?
Yes, of course.
For example, Valentino as a brand, during the pandemic, of course, sales back of house and with the stores closed, but with the people working there, really helped us. And we consider those sales as distance sales done by the store, and that's it. I mean, we didn't made any specific contract or agreement, and it was like sales made by the sales assistants from the store, but sending the products to our clients' home.
So, if there are no further questions, we will finish. Of course, there will be another round of questions at the end of the morning. Thank you very much for your.
think you are in a difficult position. I don't know how do you say it in English. You are the accused person without a defendant. No? Because you are alone, nobody defends you, and I can accuse you very easily. I want to make clear also to the public that this is not the case.
No, I think I will also say
our
something.
only interest is to understand what the Commission decided and try to give input to the Commission to better understand
devono
our
collegarmi loro
point
lo
of
schermo,
view,
gliel'ho già
but
detto.
not
Ok.
wanting to defend at all costs situations. It's a problem, I think, of understanding that sometimes you don't have enough information about what happens in the practice. And that is a bit a problem.
I think it's a two-way street.
But we are willing to...
Our ideas behind the
No.
rules and the guidelines, and we need to understand
Non capisco niente, vieni qua,
practice
no,
to
non
make
sento.
to make good rules and good guidelines.
Yes, I know. And we want to be very positive and very open in this, not to criticize and to say they don't
Siete della stanza? Sì, se no me la lascio
No,
lì.
sometimes
No,
they
per me è
don't know
scomodo.
really how it works.
Yes.
So, are you ready? Okay. So,
Is that glass used? The glass here, is that used? Can I?
Is that used? No, it's clean. Please.
I'll take this.
I'm
Thank you.
sorry, it was used. That one is used
No,
Ah,
I
no.
think this one is, but this is fine.
because they are not turned down but turned up.
I will.
But they are clean.
Very good, thank you.
Just let me know when to start, okay? And when to switch.
we start. So, dear friends, dear participants, I am very sorry for the position that we seem to have given to the representative of the Commission as the accused person who is here accused by us that they did everything wrong and without having a defendant, only alone. So I perfectly understand the difficulty. I really want to insist on the point that when we criticize, we do it in a good manner. We simply want we want to understand better what you decided and why you decided, and we want to do the possible to give you the information which is necessary to better understand what the commercial reasons are for certain decisions. That's all. But we are not we don't want to be aggressive in any way. We simply know, because it's important. I am unable not to say the things I think, but this should not be considered as an aggressive point of view. Simply, it's a problem of understanding better each other, and we are so happy that you are here and that you can give us an information from inside about these important new rules, which may be criticized in certain aspects as anything that is new, but they have made really a great effort to better understand, particularly the relations between the different types of channels, and I think that's very positive and very important. So it's up to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation and for having me here. And I have to say, I've given a couple of presentations so far on the new VBER and the vertical guidelines, and also before. And after this introduction, I thought, okay, this is not going to be an easy one. But so kind of a challenge, but I like challenges. And I also want to make reference to the introduction in 3 respects. One, I also share the passion for questions of distribution law. I share it from the perspective of an antitrust lawyer, and I share it from the perspective of a commission official, as a policy officer and as an enforcer. So that you have to keep in mind when I give my presentation. Please also keep in presentation, there's the disclaimer here. Verticals is very controversial, so I insist on this disclaimer. Whatever I say here is my personal view. It's not necessarily the Commission's view. So please don't quote me on this is the Commission's view or that is the Commission's view. And I think this gives us the chance to discuss very openly, and also frankly, I'm very much looking forward to the discussion. And second point is, yes, this is the boring part. I will give you an overview of all the changes. I have 25 minutes now, and everyone was very well in keeping the time, so I will try to be also on time. Everyone wants to have a coffee at 11, me included. And then the third point, and that brings me back to understanding what was going on. I think it was mentioned also in relation to one of the founding fathers of the IDI, that he always wanted to know what was going on in distribution. And I also want to know what's going on in distribution, because that informs me and makes the rules and the guidance better when I draft it. And I think this applies to, and this is part of my reference to the Commission, I think this is also the Commission's view, in the sense that this review has been going on for almost 4 years. There were 2 years of evaluation of the old rules with various consultations, stakeholder discussions, drafts, and then almost 2 years of impact assessment, really deep diving into the consequences of what potential changes would look like, etc. So all of this is to say that I really want to understand what's going on in distribution, and I think it's a two-way street. I want to know from you what's going on in distribution, and I would like to explain to you from my perspective what the ideas are behind the new rules and the new guidance, so that we can understand each other better and also clarify a couple of things. And with that, I can finally start with the actual first slide. And I would like to, so the next slide, please. This is just a general overview. Keep in mind, this is the broad topic of the review of the vertical block exemption regulation, and it had 3 goals. These goals, objectives changed throughout the review a little bit, but only in terms of formulation. So one was about readjusting the safe harbor provided by the WIBOR, and there was this distinction between so-called false positives under the WIBOR and false negatives under the WIBOR. Old WIBOR, I have to say. So false positives are agreements which are included in the vertical block exemption regulation, so the safe harbor applies, but for those agreements there's not sufficient certainty or the general assumption that the conditions for an exemption under Article 1013 are fulfilled. And the 2 areas here you see dual distribution and parity obligations. I will speak about those a little bit. Dual distribution, there's a whole panel on it which I will be on. And parity obligations, I understand nobody has really mentioned it here. I will briefly touch upon it because it's an area where there were some changes, but I understand this might not be so relevant for you and your business practice. And the second category is reducing false negatives under the WIBOR. These are vertical agreements that are not covered by the vertical block exemption regulation, but for which there is sufficient certainty that they qualify for an exemption under Article 1013. So bringing these vertical agreements into the safe harbor of the vertical block exemption regulation just reduces compliance costs for businesses, because the vertical block exemption regulation is a shortcut. If you're covered by the vertical block exemption regulation, it provides a safe harbor. If you're outside the safe harbor, and I will talk about this also a little bit later, it's self-assessment. It's not the end of the world, but it's a self-assessment of a vertical agreement, which is obviously a bit more cumbersome than having the benefit of the vertical block exemption regulation. And then the 2 other objectives here is providing stakeholders with up-to-date guidance, and I will say this over and over again, e-commerce has really changed the way distribution works over the last 12 years. We've seen a massive growth in e-commerce and also the emergence of platforms. The platform economy plays an increasingly important role, and the new WIBOR and the new vertical guidelines try to capture this concept of platforms being involved in distribution. And the third one here is ensuring a more harmonized application of the vertical rules across the EU. And there was another one which is simplifying the rules, which was also an objective. I will briefly mention those as we go through the various areas. So if we can move to the next slide, please. That's the situation of dual distribution. And for dual distribution, I would like to just make reference, first of all, to the definition of dual distribution. So dual distribution in competition law terms is the supplier selling not only via independent distributors, but also directly to end customers. So there is this competition angle between the supplier selling directly to end customers and the distributors also selling to those end customers. That's intra-brand competition, but it's still competition, and we have to take into account potential restrictions that may reduce that competition. And the dual distribution rules that you can find now in the new VIBER and guidelines, they have a bit of a history. We will talk about this in the panel. Here, I just have two remarks. One is that dual distribution has become more prominent and more prevalent over the last 12 years, and that is specifically because it's so easy to set up an online store for manufacturers and sell directly to end customers. That's something that the evaluation has shown. And then the other point, the focus of the review was at some point very much on distribution as such, but it moved, especially with the feedback of the stakeholders, more towards information exchange. So that is really where the focus is, and that's why it's good to have a panel also on this specifically. And at this point, I would just like to say that it's completely understood that coordination is necessary also in the dual distribution scenario. It's still a vertical agreement between a supplier and a distributor, and obviously they have to coordinate when it comes to making sure that there's enough stock in place, and also that promotion campaigns can be organized efficiently. That's not the point, but there are some red lines, and we will deep dive into this when it comes to this extra panel on information exchange. You will find the test here. It's important to note that this is a two-leg test that relates to to the fact that information exchange is directly related to the implementation of the vertical agreement and necessary to improve the production or distribution of contract goods or services. I think it's important also to stress that the starting point of the new rules, and you find a recital on this in the vertical guidelines, is that information exchange also in a dual distribution scenario, which has this vertical angle, is normally efficiency enhancing. So the starting point is really information exchange is good also in dual distribution because it has this vertical angle. But there are certain instances where information exchange goes too far, and there are some examples in the guidelines, and the test is meant to address exactly this. And if you don't meet this test, it's also not the end of the world. It goes back to an individual assessment of the information exchange. The vertical agreement, the distribution agreement, is valid. That is clarified also in a paragraph in the guidelines. So yes, this is a change. It's not as drastic as it was proposed 1 year ago in the draft, but this is really to make sure to have targeted new rules on an antitrust issue that arose in the review of the vertical block exemption regulation. Then if we can move to the next slide, which deals with parity obligations. Here, as I said, I would like to keep it short. Parity obligations are obligations imposed or agreed upon with another party that prevents the other party from giving essentially better prices or requiring to give at least those conditions to the party requesting parity. And this can relate to direct channels and indirect channels, and the enforcement experience here indicates that not all parity obligations can be assumed to generally meet the conditions of Article 1013. That's why it's a false positive under the old VIBER, which covered all types of parity obligations. And this is true for a cross-platform so-called wide retail parity obligation. So they're now excluded from the benefit of the VIBER. That means they're subject to an individual assessment of the pro and anti-competitive effects. There's some guidance in the guidelines and some clarifications in the guidelines that will help companies to self-assess across platform retail parity obligations. It also means that including those narrow parity obligations and parity obligations that do not relate to the retail level can still benefit from the block exemption regulation. But, here's another but, there's the possibility of a withdrawal that is stressed now in Article 6 of the new vertical block exemption regulation. In concentrated markets, these narrow parity obligations can soften competition between platforms, and in those circumstances, a withdrawal of the benefit of the block exemption regulation may be warranted. Again, that's also explained in the guidelines, but this is the new approach towards parity obligations under the vertical block exemption regulation. And now we're moving to the next slide, which is an area I think which is much more interesting to you, and that concerns active sales restrictions. And you will have noticed, if you know the old VBER and the new VBER, the hardcore restrictions are now structured in a new way, in the sense that they address exclusive distribution, selective distribution, and free distribution. And there's also a definition on what active sales are and what passive sales are. The definitions were in the old guidelines. They are now in the VBER, so they're also binding on national courts and national competition authorities, and they're meant to provide more clarity and more legal certainty. The rules have had to be updated in line of the growth of e-commerce and online sales, and under the old rules, online sales were classified as passive sales. Now there's a much more nuanced approach, and this follows from the vertical guidelines. I will discuss this a little bit in more detail when I have the slide on online sales restriction. Here it's just to give you an overview of active sales restrictions, and it continues on the next slide, which shows you the main changes. And this goes back also again to the evaluation and fact-finding, evidence gathering. There was also an expert report on this, dealing with active sales in exclusive distribution and the possible issues. Many stakeholders during the evaluation already said that exclusive distribution is not flexible enough, it doesn't meet the business needs, and therefore that was one argument to say that selective distribution is much more widespread, also because exclusive distribution doesn't really work. So the expert and also some other stakeholders identified two areas that were warranted some improvement, and that is the concept of shared exclusivity. Under the old rules, it was possible to appoint only one single distributor exclusively for a territory or a customer group. This has now been opened a little bit, because sometimes it's artificial to carve out an area into, let's say, 5 different areas, just to make sure that you have 5 exclusive distributors in their areas. Now you can appoint up to a maximum of 5 distributors for one territory or one customer group, and that makes it more flexible, and is also in the spirit of promoting competition, because now there's more competition. The exclusively appointed distributors will also compete against one another. That's the idea behind shared exclusivity. The second point that was identified as potentially problematic is the so-called passing on of active sales further down the supply chain. Under the old rules, it was not possible for the supplier to oblige its buyer to pass on active sales restrictions onto its own customers. And this was also seen as not meeting the business needs. Then there was obviously some arbitrage and parallel sales that undermined this idea of exclusive distribution, and exclusive distribution is ultimately about promoting investments and maintaining investment incentives. And if it's possible then to have that kind of active sales restrictions that would undermine the system, it was then proposed and later on put in the final version of the new rules that passing on of the active sales is possible, but only one level further down the supply chain. So it's opening up a bit this concept of passing on. You will see the notion about this, and combination of exclusive and the selective distribution is, you mentioned this, it's correct. It's not possible to have selective and exclusive distribution in one territory. And why is this so? It's the internal market objective. All of these rules are a testament to the internal market and the objective to have a unified internal market where it's possible to have free flow of goods and services from one territory, one member state into the other. And exclusive distribution has this investment angle, but it also can lead to situations where national markets are completely sealed off. And that is particularly the case when they're combined with selective distribution. So that's the reasoning behind not allowing a combination of exclusive and selective distribution. Exclusive distribution is meant to be more attractive now, but there are, again, limits. If you appoint more than 5 exclusive distributors, it's a fixed number, so it's more legally certain what is possible and what is not. And if you go down further one level of the supply chain, you're also in hardcore territory. So there are clear boundaries to exclusive distribution, but it's much more flexible. And when it comes to selective distribution, there are a couple of clarifications. These are also updates. The guidelines reflect the case law on selective distribution, and there's one important improvement change, I think, which is interesting for you, is that it's now possible to also impose restrictions on distributors that are not part of a selective distribution system, but part of a free distribution system or exclusive distribution system in another territory that is meant to protect selective distribution in one territory from sales to unauthorized distributors in the territory where selective distribution is operated. So this is meant to close a loophole under the old rules where you had parallel sales that would undermine the selective distribution system, and this is the fix that is meant to address this. I mentioned more clarifications in the guidelines. That is the interpretation of the case law that is already out there. And then if we move to the next slide, you see there's a lot to cover, and this concerns specific online sales restrictions. And the new rules allowing, for example, dual pricing. So under the old rules, dual pricing meaning differentiating for one hybrid reseller between online and offline sales, the wholesale prices, that was considered a hardcore restriction under the old rules. It was specifically mentioned in the guidelines, in the old guidelines. This has changed now. And why has this changed? Online sales have developed into a well-functioning sales channel. 12 years ago, when the old WIBOR was put in place, internet sales were still at an early stage, and the idea was to promote online sales, again, for the benefit of the internal market. It's easy to sell online and reach customers in all areas of the EU. Now we all know online sales are an established element of distribution, so it's not necessary to give this special protection to online sales, but it's rather to rebalance the level playing field with offline sales. And I've heard this also in the discussion earlier. This is also about the omni-channel and making sure that investments in brick and mortar are not undermined and that the incentives to invest in brick and mortar are maintained. So this is meant to level the playing field also in relation to the so-called equivalence principle in selective distribution. Under the old rules, the criteria for online and offline sales had to be equivalent. Nobody really knew what was equivalent, what is not equivalent, and it's also not appropriate because online and offline sales are inherently different sales channels. And it's also not appropriate anymore because we've heard it a lot already. There is the omni-channel experience that the consumer expects. So distinguishing between the two makes not so much sense anymore, maybe. And this is, and I would like to stress this, this gives more options for suppliers and distributors to organize the distribution of goods and services most efficiently. This is not meant to prescribe the use of dual pricing. You don't have to use dual pricing, and how you put it in place is entirely up for companies to figure out. Of course, you can think of a rebate scheme that rewards offline sales in a manner, but this is just one option. Maybe in a couple of years you will have figured out other models that work and that preserve the investment incentives into brick and mortar, making sure that the omni-channel and experience for consumers is maintained. So that's on two very specific online sales restrictions that are not hardcore anymore. And then we move to the next slide. That is about the general framework for assessing online sales restrictions. There have been, there was the development on the business side, but there was also development on the case law side, which is The Court of Justice delivered the Pierre Fabre judgment and the Coty judgment, and these really set the framework, the boundaries for online sales restrictions. And this has led to the adoption of a new hardcore restriction, which applies across the board to all online sales restrictions and online advertising restrictions. It's put here on the slide. It's important to read this very carefully. I mean, first of all, it has to be read with the chapeau of the Article 4 that relates to hardcore restrictions and sets the ground for the various hardcore restrictions. And this new hardcore restriction is integrated in the already existing structure of hardcore restrictions. Also, by way of reference to the fact that this is a territory or customer group restriction, that's the little part in the E. And then it sets out clearly that if an online sales restriction prevents the effective use of the internet as a tool to distribute or to sell products, contract goods or products, that is a hardcore restriction. Of course, you have to, the effective use might not be as clear-cut as everyone has wished for, but there's more guidance on this. First of all, there's recital 15. You always have to read Article 4E together with this recital, which set out the thinking behind this new hardcore restriction. And there's also, in particular, this does not require an effects analysis, only because it's called preventing the effective use of an internet. It doesn't turn a hardcore restriction all of a sudden into a complicated effects analysis. And this takes into account that there are also, I mean, clear strategies you can, when we take the example of dual pricing, because the online sales hardcore restriction, the new one 4E, also applies to dual pricing. You can structure dual pricing in a way to incentivize offline sales and investments in brick and mortar, but you can of course also use dual pricing to cut out completely the online sales channels, identify pure hybrid players and kick them out of your distribution system. And there we're in the territory of this new hardcore restriction. So it's not an effects analysis, but together with the guidance, it provides hopefully the legal certainty that is necessary. And of course, we will in the future find out more about what the effective use means when there have been online sales put in place and they have been assessed by competition authorities and national courts. That's in a nutshell it on online sales restrictions. You will find a lot in the guidelines, also on marketplace bans. It's a codification of the Coty judgment and the view this has guided the Commission enforcement practice for many years now, that marketplace bans are possible under the WIBUR, even if they don't fulfill the metro criteria. And this is the category of online sales restrictions, but what is very important also, you see this in the distinction between 1 and 2 in Article 4E. Other restrictions of online sales are possible if they do not amount to the prevention of the effective use of the internet, but there's also the second part which concerns online advertising, and there it's the key takeaway here is if a restriction blocks out completely one advertising channel, then this amounts to a hardcore restriction. And there's more guidance again in the guidelines on this. It's meant to highlight the importance of online advertising. If you can, the idea behind this is in very simple terms. You should be able to set up your online store and advertise and attract customers to your online store. That's the idea behind this. And if you are blocked from an important or one entire online advertising channel, then it's not possible anymore to generate enough traffic for your online web shop. So that's the framework for and the ideas behind online sales restriction. And then I'm already running late. If we can move to the platform slide. This is just meant to show you platforms have also changed the way distribution works. And the vertical block exemption regulation, the old one, was very much based on this idea of the traditional supply chain. You have a manufacturer, then you have a wholesaler, a retailer, and at the end there's the end customer. Platforms, to some extent, turn this upside down. It's not easy to classify them as supplier and buyer within the framework of the vertical block exemption regulation. The structure of the vertical block exemption regulation has been kept, but there's a new definition to capture situations where online platforms act as online intermediation services provider. And that is the core definition of a platform. The core definition of a platform is to facilitate transactions between two other parties, the two sides of a platform. I think, in my view, there are a lot of undertakings out there that are considered or called platforms, which act as mere reseller. They buy the goods and they resell it. Just because you have an online shop, you're not an online platform. So it's the new definition is meant to give guidance and provide legal certainty when it comes to dealing with online intermediation services providers. And that is achieved with a definition that takes into account an already existing definition in the P2B to ensure coherence across EU legislation. And then if we can move to the next slide, the consequences of classifying an online intermediation services provider as a supplier under the new WIBOR is explained in the guidelines. The consequences of being classified as a supplier obviously then entails the application of the hardcore restrictions, which are supplier driven. But this is also, again, you have to keep in mind, this is a very targeted definition. So if an undertaking, a company, does not meet the definition of online intermediation services provider, then that undertaking, that company, can be supplier or buyer under the WIBOR, just like it could have been a supplier or buyer under the old rules of the WIBOR. So it's then for a self-assessment for the platform, whether it acts as a supplier or a buyer. And the consequences of being classified as a supplier, as an input provider of online intermediation services into the supply chain, those are set out in the guidelines. And then one important aspect here concerns hybrid platforms. Hybrid platforms, it's a situation, essentially it's dual distribution with services, online intermediation services, and possibly a competition with the sale of goods. So what is a hybrid platform? A hybrid platform, that's also mentioned in the recitals and the guidelines, it's the situation where a platform does not only provide online intermediation services to others, but also competes on the platform with those undertakings to which it provides online intermediation services. So there's again this competition angle which does not justify an exemption under this dual distribution exception. So that's why vertical agreements, and I stress this, vertical agreements of hybrid platforms do not benefit from the vertical block exemption regulation from the safe harbor if they relate to the provision of online intermediation services. So that part of the hybrid platform. That also means there are two important clarifications. This does not mean that hybrid platforms are per se carved out from the vertical block exemption regulation. If a hybrid platform acts as a normal reseller and there is no competition with those selling on the platform, that distribution agreement can still benefit from the vertical block exemption regulation. That is clarified in the guidelines. And what is also clarified in the guidelines is that this obviously has to relate to the relevant market. So if the platform sells as a reseller hats and provides online intermediation services to those selling shoes on the platform, then those are two different relevant markets downstream, and there's no competitive relationship. So the whole idea of carving out vertical agreements of online intermediation services providers doesn't apply anymore. So these are important. So yes, there is a new approach to hybrid platforms, but it's again very targeted, and it's important to understand the extent of this carve-out. And then my final slide, if we can move to this. This is just meant to show you there are so many things under the WIBOR and so many things under the vertical guidelines. Agency agreements, we've heard about it. So the new guidelines take into account this concept of dual role agents. And here I would just like to stress the agency concept under competition law is a different concept than the agency agreement that you might know from your agreements which are governed by commercial law and contract law, which you call agency agreements for many reasons under commercial law and contract law. But the competition law perspective, the antitrust perspective, looks at agents and distinguishes between genuine agents and non-genuine agents. Non-genuine agents are normal distributors and can act as buyers under the vertical block exemption regulation. The whole discussion from a competition or antitrust perspective is about genuine agency. And there is case law on this. You probably know this better than I do. There is case law on genuine agency, which means that under certain circumstances, restrictions can fall outside the scope of Article 101. So there's not even room for a vertical block exemption regulation, because if 101.1 does not apply, there's nothing to block exempt anymore under 101.3. That's how the system works. So this whole case law, in my view, should be read and interpreted narrowly, because it's an exception under Article 101. If we put everything into this distinction between genuine and non-genuine agency, there's not much left for Article 101.3, and the structure of Article 101 asks us to take into account efficiencies under Article 101.3, which we could not do if we have a normative analysis under Article 101.1. That was very, very much lawyer speak, but that's how I see it, and that's why I would argue for a narrow interpretation. And this does not mean that this does not take into account market realities, and this whole new guidance on dual role agents is meant to show that the Commission has seen these new models of combining distribution and agency in one market, acting for the same principle as a distributor and as an agent. And it gives guidance on this. It's rather strict guidance, yes, because the principal would have to compensate for all the risks and costs assumed by the distributor that would also act as an agent, but that is guidance that takes into account the market realities. And that is just, in a nutshell, something on agency agreements. I know you will discuss this in more detail. And just to mention the other points here on the slide. So the policy towards RPM has not changed. There was a bit of a confusion. I mean, might have been because of the way the paragraph in the draft guidelines was phrased. But RPM is still a hardcore restriction, and minimum advertised prices are considered a direct means to achieve RPM, so it's also RPM. So it's a hardcore restriction, and that is an important clarification under the guidelines. There are also examples of when MAPs and these minimum advertised prices and RPM could be used to achieve efficiencies. And that is meant to give more guidance and to show that the Commission is willing to look into efficiency arguments. But so far, also during the evaluation, we've done this for 3.5 years, and there was nothing concrete. It's always the theoretical argument that RPM can be efficiency enhancing. If there is a good case, I think the Commission would be open to look into this and consider efficiencies. That's what this is meant to show. Then there's this whole new guidance. There was one paragraph, an important paragraph on so-called fulfillment contracts. Again, this is taking into account market realities. These fulfillment contracts exist in the business landscape, and this is meant to give more guidance and comfort, because it sets out conditions under which fulfillment contracts do not amount to RPM. And that is again to increase legal certainty and give guidance to companies that have these fulfillment contracts in place. Third point, sustainability. Obviously, this had to be addressed in the vertical guidelines. And if you look in the introduction, it says that it's the normal application of Article 101, including the application of the block exemption regulation and the case law, etc. So it's not necessarily something completely different from the analysis, and it's also not so prominent as it is in horizontals. So agreements between competitors that are meant to achieve sustainability objects, that is a super hot topic, but not for the verticals. It's more for the horizontals. For the verticals, you have here examples where sustainability objectives can be taken into account, and I've seen it also on an earlier slide. I mean, if you have an SDS, selective distribution criterion that relates to a sustainability agreement, reducing waste or whatever you have, that meets one of the defined sustainability objectives, then of course this can be an SDS criterion. This is nothing new, nothing spectacular. Fourth point is about reducing a bit of red tape when it comes to exclusivity agreements that can be tacitly renewed, extending 5 years. But here, please keep in mind, this does not change the policy towards exclusivity, non-compete agreements. It's still 5 years. It's just that you can have a clause that allows for tacit renewal of the non-compete agreement, provided the distributor, the other party, can terminate effectively after 5 years. Again, this is to cut red tape. And the last point, this is more for us as enforcers rather than for you, but maybe also interesting. There is more in the guidelines on the possibility of a withdrawal of the benefit of the block exemption regulation, how that would work in practice. And I'm already past my time, so please excuse me. It's a lot to cover, and I hope this gives you a good overview, and it will steer a bit the discussion that we will have.
Thank you very much. But you have given us a very clear overview. Actually, I don't think we don't have the time for questions, and I think, I'm very sorry, but I think it's not useful, because we will deal with the critical problems later in our cases, and so it would be it would have been more useful at the end of the story to ask you what you think about our positions, and so since we...
If I can say, at the end of your panel, it will be possible also to put some questions on this.
Now?
No, at the end of the following, he will have a panel with Joseph
Okay,
Rogel.
okay.
And at the end of that, there is
Yes,
10 minutes discussion. We can take also time.
I am sorry, because we would have a lot of questions, but I think that first, we don't like to put you as the accused person. Why? And then, no, we have been able to understand something more. Perhaps we can have a way of having a relationship with the Commission to better understand certain aspects which come out here and where we have doubts. Because one thing is when we have doubts about how something should be interpreted. Another situation when we don't agree with the policy of the Commission, like for the MIP, okay, we say we think that it's wrong, but then it makes no sense to discuss too much. But there are questions where it's a problem of interpreting, and so particularly the whole question of how to evaluate restrictions, internet restrictions, which criteria, not the stupid criteria of the German authorities in the past, no, very formalistic, but trying to understand what is the reality. When you say it must be real, it must be something that really, we approve very much the position of the Commission. So I think I'm sorry that we cannot continue now, but we have only 20 minutes for our break. But thank you, it was very interesting and very well done, and we want to have the best possible relationship with the Commission, not being those who criticize everything, but being those who put problems but who try to find solutions, because I perfectly understand your difficulty when you speak about MIP, and so I understand that you cannot accept the idea that you can fix resale prices, and you fear that if you give something, then they take the whole arm if you give the hand. I understand your problem, but of course we have also our problems, and so it must be a positive discussion where we are open-minded to each other, and this is what we will try to do, always trying to do. So thank you very much.
Non qua, questa
Sì, sorry, an important communication.
Coffee break is held at third floor, not here, we are at the fourth, the down floor.
Go down to one floor. I leave everything here.
Cercatela tu.
Tu puoi dirigi, ok. Sorry, get in everybody, try. I must understand where I am. You know that I get lost sometimes. With my 82 years, sometimes I get a bit lost. But this is functioning still, only that I forget everything. But I did not forget, I am here in Madrid, and we have organized all this. So we have a nice discussion panel on the problem of coordinating online sales and traditional offline distribution. I already can tell you that more or less the relationship between online and offline will be probably what we will deal with the next year. I think it's a too hot question, and it's evolving so quickly that it's very important that we will concentrate on this. And I don't think that you will say you are repeating yourself, because it's really something crucial. Now, here we have divided this coordination about the two channels, which is very important, which has become very important because many companies sell on the internet and at the same time have still a traditional network. And there are two types of issues. One is a commercial issue, which has also, of course, a lot of legal aspects, how you coordinate, how you do it. And the second aspect, this crazy idea of dual distribution, which in my opinion is an exaggeration. And this will be the second panel, which in my idea is a bit theoretical question, which makes little sense when it's your own network. Of course, you must coordinate in all ways. But anyhow, these are the two aspects. So the first aspect we will deal now, we have as chair Ignacio, dear friend Ignacio Alonso, here of Madrid. Then Sara Cisterio of Trussardi, Sabrina Costanzo Campari, and Antonio Papalino L'Oreal. So we have really important names and people who can give you an idea about the problems, a real idea, because I think that is the importance of our association, the fact that we join company lawyers, lawyers and other people interested in distribution, and we can exchange views and understand what is going on the market, and that is, I think, the most beautiful aspect. No, the most beautiful is the gala dinner, because we are all good friends and in very good relation. Okay, please, Ignacio, go.
Yes, thank you. Welcome to my hometown, Madrid. I'm very happy to have you all here in presence, finally. My role here is just to explain a little bit this panel, coordinating online sales and traditional offline sales, okay? We have heard from Johannes that this probably does not make very much sense, this distinction, but and he finished his presentation with the last slide, any questions. Maybe some of these questions are coming now from this panel, because in fact, we start with a very, that's the commercial strategies, as you have heard, and we are with Sara Citerio, with Sabrina Costanza and Antonio Papalino, as Fabio has just mentioned. Let me introduce the case that we have been proposed to consider. In this case, we have a French manufacturer who produces luxury handbags. And this manufacturer has appointed some agents, some multi-brand shops who sell to the final clients. That's the traditional way of distributing the products. We are in the luxury market. We reach the final clients with our distributor, with our agents. And then the manufacturer decides to create a new website where he also intends to sell the products. Then he's creating a sort of parallel network, a dual distribution network, where he's also selling, he's competing with the traditional network. So how we coordinate that? Because at the end, we will have the website, and from the website, the distribution is also reaching all the European countries. How to coordinate these two ways of distribution? Because, of course, the network must say something. They are interested in participating in this new structure or not. But the manufacturer wants to increase his sales. So my first question here, or the questions that we have been proposed to discuss, is: can we do that delivering and returning the products at the shops, for example? So we buy online, and the deliveries or the returns can be done on the shops. Second possibility: can we invite online clients to the shops? We are in the multi-brand shops, so bear in mind that our client is going to a shop where my product is competing with other products. So is that also a possibility? We can invite our clients to the shops, to go to the shops. Where? To the temples, we have been heard, no? To the temples. I don't know if a multi-brand shop is also a temple, but okay. Can we organize loyalty programs together? I mean, the French manufacturer and the retailers, how can we do that? Do we have other ideas? And that's our discussion panel will treat on these points, okay? But my first question would be, why? Why this French manufacturer is interested in having this second parallel competing network with his traditional distributor? Because the distributors worked very well. So why his intention, why he's interested in having this competition between them? Because we have heard that he's also competing. So pay attention to the competition between your own distributors. Okay? So that's maybe my first question. I don't know who of you wants to answer that. Why, and under which conditions, maybe? Sara, Sabrina? No, don't worry. Just speak.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Well, I guess the main reasons that drives a manufacturer and distributor to try to explore this dual field is to increase the brand experience, the brand awareness around clientele in different channels, and also, of course, maximize profits and margins where possible. We've talked about dual pricing. The main reasons for dual pricing is that margins are very much different in the different channels of distribution. So you might not want to lose the experience online, but also the margins that you can achieve out of that. So that would be absolutely the first driver. And also there's a huge competition worldwide, and maintaining, I would say, a global consistency in how the brand is presented and how the brand is sold, also through online channels, is crucial for any luxury brand these days. And if you don't play directly in that channel, you can't really be able to maintain that consistency as well. So I guess that would be the
It's a question of a necessity for the manufacturer
Absolutely.
to be there.
Absolutely.
So
there's no brand that can pretend not to be wanted to be online. I mean, Chanel is a different world in itself.
If you are not Chanel,
if you're not Chanel, but also Chanel as online distribution, it's very much regulated, strictly regulated through selective distribution, but it's there. But yes, you want to check it, you want to maintain control over it, but you need it, first of all, to be represented everywhere.
Thank you. So let's move to the first possibility, the first suggestion that we have received. Do you think that this idea of deliveries and return of products in physical shops when they have been bought by internet, through internet, is possible, is a good strategy, and also in the luxury market, because we are facing this specific market, in which condition, what conditions do we have to follow or respect, what precautions, difficulties can you think of about the first possibility of coordination both channels?
Well, if we think about coordination of this activity, it is possible, absolutely. We need to be wary of some risks that can be run in managing returns or even, driving clientele on shop. The first is the customer experience. So if you manage somehow your retailer has agent, and I'm using this word improperly, but you understand what I mean. So in a dual role, then you need to maintain a strong control on customer experience. You have to organize audits, and you have to be very careful on how the competition between the clientele in a multi-brand shop against your brand is played. But that can only be observed and not managed, of course. With respect to the operation of the returns, that triggers a bit of issues in the management side. So if we think about returns, the main issue that I think of is the management of the operation per se. So I would think you might want to set up an online platform where the customer that has purchased a good online might ask for a return, maybe getting a code to identify in the shop where it can return the handbag. Then when it goes to the shop, you need to make sure that the person behind the counter is able to, first of all, retrieve the right return code and check the merchandise to check whether the conditions ensure that it's still ensure its merchantability for further reselling. You need to set up the conditions for its custody. Make sure that the inventory of the shop and the return goods is not mixed up. So I think that's probably the most important thing. And then you have to understand how do you want these goods to be returned to you as a first reseller of the goods. So in an efficiency kind of scenario, you might think about reselling those goods to the shop that has actually its goods in custody, maybe at a discount, but then you you need to be careful in setting up the system in a way that this discount doesn't trigger an unhealthy competitive situations against the other brands that are sold in the store. So you don't want to cannibalize the competitors by setting up a system that incentivizes a huge buyout of your return stock. The other main issues that I think are present in this scenario are that of sharing of information. So our customer information shared while the return is placed? Is it necessary to share this information? Maybe not. If you're able to manage it through return code, maybe all the details are not necessarily shared. But maybe you want to drive clientele also to your reseller. So, you know, it's though that's kind of scenario that it's not necessarily easy to manage. And in these new situations where the information sharing is, of course, under the spotlight, it's necessary to set up a system that ensures that only the necessary informations are shared and not, you know, others that might be, of course, beneficial to the relationship, but not necessarily to competition. I think that's pretty much how I see this working. I don't know whether my colleagues have other inputs, or yourself, Ignacio.
Well, I have plenty of questions that.
Well, let's go ahead.
Particularly when you say don't mix up your products with the sold online, it seems to me quite complicated to or the discount or the competition with other brands into the multi-brand shop. I mean, these are questions that should bear in mind, in my opinion. But let's move to the following question, to the following possibility of combination both lines. What about inviting clients to the nearest shops? I want to go to promote my shops or my distributors, and then I invite them from online to say, okay, I do not sell, or I sell, but I invite you with, I don't know, a code, a discount, or a sort of gift, or whatever you can imagine. Do you think that's a suitable strategy for the luxury market and the multi-brand shops, where, again, your product is competing with other products, and when you want to preserve this quality image that we have heard before? We don't want just to sell quantity, but we want to sell quality. So is that a good idea? And if so, how can we organize this invitation to clients to the shops?
So if my colleagues are allowing me, I would take the word as a representative of a fashion house that sells bags, just to answer no. So that's really the easiest.
She's Trussardi, is yes. Not Chanel.
No, we are not, but actually the answer to this kind of policy, of commercial policy, would be no under many perspectives. And so I know that you're not satisfied with the no as an answer, but I'll try to explain a little bit, because it's something that's you know, it's been going on for some time. As Sabrina was saying, she's completely right. Why would just a supplier decide to set up his online shop if it hasn't done it before? For two reasons, and we have heard it a lot during this morning from my colleagues from Valentino and Max Mara as well. Brand experience is paramount, especially to luxury brands. So when you decide to go onto the market, one of the first things you've got in mind is brand awareness, brand values to be communicated, and this is very important. But, you know, we are an industry just like any other, and margins are something that's very important too. If you sell directly to customers, of course your margins are higher, and if you sell through distributors, your margins just lower a little bit. So why would I go onto the market to, you know, have revenues which are higher, and I do not have to make discounts and facilitate through marketing helps in forms of money or anything else my distributors, as it's a common practice in the market. So if I am going out onto the market and selling online, why would I invite online clients to go to the nearest shops to buy my, even my items, when I would actually have little returns from that? I would prefer to, invite them to buy in my own website and get a higher margin in my own sales. But this, of course, we said it at the beginning, our issue was just to maximize the position, also the economic position of the supplier and of the reseller in this case. So how would we do this in a way of not damaging both of the parties? Probably turning things the other way around. Not just inviting online clients to the shops, but maybe allowing the shops to have a direct connection to my website and try to do the other way around. In common practice in our industry, what happens is that distributors, especially multi-brand distributors, are buying some kind of products from me, some others from other brands, and so on. They do not have stocks which are infinite, of course, because they don't have the space and so on. But maybe these are not, they are buying based on the experience that they have with the clients, but it doesn't mean that they have my whole collection. They may have some pieces, some products, the ones that they like the most, the ones that according to their market researches, they're more liked by their clientele. But in this way, I am offering them a window to my whole kind of products. So whenever, maybe I'm pushing a model of a bag in this case that they haven't bought, and there are lots of clients that are coming to their shops wanting this and they don't have it. So maybe it would be more commercially viable for all the parties if they could go, the customers could go to the shops and ask for the bag, they don't find it, and have a direct access to my own website and buy from there. Then there would be all the issues that Sabrina was mentioning about how to actually get the bag to be collected to the shop, because in this way I am facilitating my distributor to, because if I sell online and I of course give the bag directly to the customer's house, maybe the distributor wouldn't want to cooperate in this sort of endeavor. But actually, if we find a method to have both parties happy with the sort of distribution, then this could be a way to make it work. Otherwise, if I go just like this in this example, what I fear would be the outcome is that my online shop becomes nothing more than an online shop window, where everyone goes and sees the collection, but then they go on shops and they just buy from the distributor. And so I carry all the costs of setting up a website, which are, well, not maybe as many as opening up a brick and mortar shop, but actually they are quite important, especially if you have services of some sorts and the payments and etc. And I also run the risk that my customers go in a multi-brand shop and see other things of other brands, and maybe they divert their intention to buy to other brands as well. So having a system like this, I think that it's not 100% working, and it could be at the expense of one of the two parties. So that's why I think that maybe turning it the other way around would be more successful for both parties.
So I see that you are a very good lawyer. You say no, but, and you give the possibility to do almost the same thing, but in the other way around. Yes,
but I think that it's our place in companies as in-house lawyers, not just to say no, but find a way to say yes.
If I may add only something on the concept that I was highlighting before, there's one factual point that I haven't highlighted enough. If the owner of a brand sets up its own online website to sell its brand, it's going to have the highest price for the same good as compared to any other player on the market. And that's at the expense of its sales, but it's for the protection of the brand. So there's no competition on price at any time, because you're not going to find any other retailer on the market with higher price on the same good. So that's why Sarah also was, highlighting that it's really hard to think to make this competition work if you're not reversing the perspective.
Maybe the Commission doesn't like very much to hear that there's not competition at all between our two. So let's say lower voice like that. Okay, thank you. And what about the last possibility? So loyalty programs seem to be very interesting because you make the clients, which is your main asset, loyal to your brand, which is also your main asset. So clients and brand are kept together. And what about these loyalty programs with the former distributor? I mean, not the former, with the already existing distributors. How can you manage a loyalty program between the brand and the retailers and the distributors? Because they are exchange of information, I guess. Personal data information, so we have heard that that's very complicated, and I think that's very complicated. So, Antonio, can you give us at least some ideas or some good questions to answer?
Yes, but first of all, I have to underline that I'm speaking in my personal capacity, and so all my consideration and my evaluation don't engage my company. Then it is quite.
He's a good lawyer.
It is quite difficult to speak after this morning because all has been said in terms of the argument we are dealing with. What is the point here? The point here is that yes, a loyalty program could be a driver for this operation, could be a driver for this activity, because it is quite clear that the manufacturer has no direct knowledge of the market, and at the end of the day has no direct knowledge of their final customers, because everything is passed through the resellers, the agents. So a loyalty program could be a good choice, a good driver. But what is the engine and also the fuel of our loyalty program? The exchange of information, the exchange of commercial information, also personal data. And there are some hypotheses. I can testify, I can give you my personal experience related to a previous professional experience in a big distribution company. And so there are two different loyalty programs. Let me say an internal loyalty program. So a loyalty program branded by the brand of the manufacturer within the manufacturers, the resellers, and an online hybrid platform, because, you know, this activity and this operation implies a very relevant investment in money and in structures and in competition and in advising, more or less. Then, and this could be obviously a luxury loyalty program with the best effort on the brand awareness, because as my dear colleagues underlined, there is a distributor, but the distributors can change. Sooner or later can change. And the manufacturer has the duty to build a direct relationship between the brand and the customers. A direct relationship between the brand and the customers. And then it could be also possible to put in place or to take part of a coalition loyalty program. You know, there are some coalition loyalty programs even in Italy, in our country, and these loyalty programs are, let me say, targeted on different customers, but with a specific aim, that is to follow all the purchase decision of the customers in different parts, in different aspects of their consumer life. So to a coalition loyalty program can participate the partner of the previous loyalty program, other independent resellers. If the brand has licenses in other sectors, like, I don't know, eyewear, or luxury or cosmetics, or jewels, I don't know, or services like luxury hotels on airlines, they can build together a coalition loyalty program. Also for this coalition loyalty program, in my opinion, it is necessary the intervention, the participation of a platform, an online platform, a service provider. Because you have to do the green light in the exchange of information, green light, red light, yellow light, if possible, because at the end of the day, all the value is created by the exchange of information. And this gives us the possibility to discuss this, let me say, this case, business case, this hypothesis of base in the light of the new VBR. Because what I'm wondering and what I would to leave to other panelists and to other speakers is, are these activities affected by the new regulation regarding the exchanges of information? This could be a mere hypothesis, but in Italy it's not a mere hypothesis, because the Italian regulation that regulates the loyalty programs and all this imposes to all the participants to the coalition or to the loyalty program to sell the service or a good in the loyalty program. So it's not possible an hybrid vest of this partner. You must sell something even if it's a service or is a good. And in this case, this partner is not a service provider. It's something that is a competitor with all the other participants. And my question is, looking at this framework, looking at this scenario, are these activities that are a good driver, in my opinion and in my experience, to create value? Because sooner or later, all the participants can gain value from this operation, from this. Are these affected by the new regulation? Can we consider all these exchanges of information that could be vertical but also horizontal as an exchange of information that could be necessary to improve the business relationship? This is, at the moment, an open question, an open issue. But in my opinion, it could be useful, it could be smart to investigate this aspect.
Thank you. So we are very lucky, because following panel, and I don't want to take more time, is precisely answering in a sort of way this question. So we are very well organized, and I think we can stop here, because otherwise we go too long.
Yes.
Fabio? And
go to the following panel. No, I wanted simply to add one thing that is very interesting. I have always had the problem of how you can ask selected shops to have the full choice of all the products, and it's heavy, it's difficult, and so now this way of saying, okay, the products you don't have, you can sell them anyhow through our internet. It's perhaps you earn less money on them, but it is less costly for you than have products that you are not sure that you will sell. And so I think that is something that can be really very, very interesting in my experience. No,
also for your customers. Because actually you give a full service to them. It's just they have an open eye on everything that you produce everywhere.
Because there are customers that don't want to buy on the internet. They want to see. They want to, and so they like the people of the shop who explain, and so, and that remains a very important channel. You cannot abandon it. So it was very interesting.
On the type of good, there are certain goods that you need to try on. like eyewear, for instance.
Yes. Yes.
So, yeah.
This is a clear issue for all these markets.
You are all agreeing on the idea that next year we concentrate on this
Absolutely.
relationship between the two, how it's evolving, because I think today this panel was very interesting because it gave us an idea about the new trends and so on. So, and now we see the legal aspect. Thank you. So, allora, tu sei qui e Fogel dove?
No,
tu non ci sei? Ah.
Solo un attimo che metto. Just one moment that I switch off.
Ah no, lo mettiamo qui, va bene. E tu puoi gestire questo?
Do you want that I pass the slide?
Yes.
But please just tell me when I have to switch to the next.
Eh bien. So, can I introduce this panel, very, very interesting, on this very hot issue, I think. I don't know if it's really hot or if it's only a theoretical question, but that is what we will see thanks to our colleague Joseph Fogel of Paris, who is our expert for distribution in France. We have already seen the accused person, Johannes Holzwarth, and we will treat you in the most nice way. Please don't fear. And Teresa, she's not here. So she's not here, so I cannot present her. Okay, so it's up to you.
Yes, thank you very much. So we can go to the first slide. What we have done is that we have prepared questions, mainly questions for Johannes. And what we are going to do, I'm going to ask these questions. Johannes will give his opinion. I will give a comment. And so I believe that we will progress. So the first question is that dual distribution has been a common practice for years. In many ways, direct sales from the supplier to important end customers, sales by the branches or the subsidiaries of the supplier to end consumers, and direct sales from the internet platform of the supplier. So this is common practice. I'm doing such business since 35 years, and it has always existed in a way or another. So our concern is how can you explain that although this is common practice, the Commission recently has had a strict view on this practice, which is not a new practice, but it is an old practice.
Thanks a lot. So you're right in the sense that dual distribution has existed for quite some time. So I think this is undisputed, and the old rules had in mind rather the situation where you have a flagship store in the city center just to test the market, but you would also, as a supplier, sell through independent distributors. That was 12 years ago. That was the reasoning behind the dual distribution scenario, and why the old vertical block exemption regulation exempted all aspects of vertical agreements in those scenarios. But the evaluation has shown, and again, we've done this for almost 4 years. So the Commission has first evaluated the old rules and then proposed policy options. And it has become clear that over the last 10, 12 years, growth of online sales, direct sales via own websites has increased. So the situation is not so, the situation is a little bit different in that it's much more common now to sell directly, and therefore dual distribution has raised the question whether it's still justified to block exempt this. That's the story behind it. And the original proposal in the draft regulation and guidelines that were subject to a public consultation last year, they took issues with dual distribution as such. And the idea, and I'm not sure if I'm already jumping to the next question because I know you also want to hear more about this. The idea was to introduce a market share threshold, but since then it has evolved, or it evolved and focused more on information exchange. So it's not, the idea is not to have a strict approach to dual distribution, but to identify really the competition issues. So I'm not sure it's a strict approach. And one last point on this, dual distribution is an exception under the vertical block exemption regulation. So dual distribution is a vertical agreement between competing undertakings. So it has also a horizontal element in it, and the rules, the structure of the vertical block exemption regulation, also the old one, is clear. Vertical agreements between competing undertakings are not block exempted. And there are situations, dual distribution scenarios, where it can nevertheless benefit from the vertical block exemption regulation, and the conditions were set out clearly, and the idea is spelled out now in the recital. So dual distribution, the impact on competition as such is of the vertical agreement in terms of efficiency would outweigh the possible negative effects to intra-brand competition. And all of this rationale for dual distribution might not be justified in certain scenarios, and the idea here of the new VIBER is to focus, put the spotlight on the issues that could arise, information exchange and vertical agreements of hybrid platforms.
Okay. So I understand what you say, but I'm not totally convinced because for two reasons. The first one is that according to what we know, there has only been one case about dual distribution before the competition authorities. It's the Danish Hugo Boss case. I don't know another case, so I'm a little bit surprised that an issue that is not an issue in competition law. If you look at RPM, we have about 500 cases in the last 10 years in the EU. Dual distribution, you have only one case in Europe, in first instance and in appeal. So this is a little bit surprising, so that's why I'm not totally convinced. But okay, we're not obliged to share the same opinion. So.
Oh, absolutely, and that's why we're here to discuss.
Yeah.
But on this Hugo Boss case, yes, it was mentioned a lot. This was one source of evidence of the entire review, and other sources were, for example, also stakeholder feedback on exactly this, on dual distribution. And information exchange has always been mentioned as one area where there might be potentially competition concerns. And I think we have much more nuanced the approach to information exchange. That's one point. So, and you have to keep in mind, dual distribution was block exempted under the old rules without differentiating. One could have argued that certain types of information that are not directly related to the implementation of the vertical agreement did not meet then the definition of a vertical agreement. So one could have thought about a case already under the old rules, and I think the Danish Competition Authority went that way. But I think the fact that something is block exempted is also difficult for national competition authorities in particular, because they would have to withdraw the benefit of the block exemption regulation, and that is then a completely different scenario than RPM. RPM is a hardcore restriction. Any national competition authority can go after RPM without having to deal with the withdrawal. But a situation of dual distribution where the rules suggest that it's completely block exempted, a national competition authority would have at least to think about a withdrawal in that respect. And I think the Danes have pursued their case, and I think their case exemplifies something, a broader issue, and therefore it was justified to use this as one source of evidence to nuance the rules in relation to information exchange and dual distribution.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we can jump to the next question. there is a big difference between the first draft of the Commission about dual distribution, because under the first draft of the Commission, nearly no distribution agreement in Europe would have been block exempted, because there were many conditions. You had two thresholds, one 10%, one 30% with a different object. The block exemption was excluded if you had any restriction by object in a dual distribution agreement. The restriction by object were not defined. If you had a hybrid platform, you would lose the block exemption for the whole contract. So these three bad conditions have been removed. And I believe here we can say that the Commission has listened to the stakeholders and has listened to the distributors, to the suppliers. But there remains there remain rules about dual distribution. In your opinion, is the current system positive, or you are surely going to say yes, but how would you assess the current system?
Yeah, I think the system under the new Weber and the guidelines, has taken into account the feedback from the stakeholders, and I think there were some really good comments in that stakeholder feedback, and as you said, the Commission listened to that. There was an additional public consultation at the beginning of this year, which also, again, sparked a lot of interest, very good comments, and all of this has led to the fine-tuning of the test, the new test for the assessment of information exchange in dual distribution. And I personally think that's an improvement to what was in the draft, where we had indeed an additional 10% threshold. And there were some stakeholders pointed out validly some inconsistencies also with the general threshold and this by object reference. Of course, there was an inconsistency with some of the hardcore lists because they are also by object restrictions. But if you say that many agreements or a lot of agreements would not benefit from the block exemption regulation anymore, I would would like to comment on this. One, the fact that something is not covered by the block exemption regulation is, as I said, not the end of the world. It was not that this was then classified as hardcore restriction. When it comes to exchange of future pricing, you can ask yourself whether this is not a by-object restriction and therefore bears the risk of being investigated further at least. But I think the new rules strike a much better balance. It provides a clear test. It's for companies to assess that test, and the guidelines set out some examples of typical situations where information exchange is exchanged, and which is completely in line with the test. But it also shows that there are some clear red lines, and I think it's important to send that message, because I personally was wondering, okay, with this outcry about this limitation of the dual distribution exemption in relation to information exchange, you were wondering what kind of information was all exchanged in the past. And I think it's good to take a step back and reflect of, is it really necessary for the production or distribution of contract goods? And is it related to the implementation of the vertical agreement? That is the new test. And one final word on this. The test is phrased in the negative, so that again is the starting point. You also have to read it with the recital in the regulation.
We'll go to this.
Yes.
But you told us this morning you wish to listen to the stakeholders, and it is very important to be block exempted, because, for example, if I want to make an action against, in a selective distribution system, if I want to make an action against a reseller outside the network, I have to prove, I have a burden of proof that my network is licit under competition law. If I have to prove the four conditions of 101, it's very difficult, and I have to prove before the judge that my network is valid. If I can say it is block exempted, there is no problem. I have less than 30% market share, my distributor has less than 30% market share, and I have no anti-competitive clause in my agreement. It's done in 5 minutes, If I have to prove everything, the judge will say, oh, I have to ask the competition authority if your agreement is valid. So it's very important for us to really be sure to be block exempted. You understand?
Yeah, of course. And can I just react
Yes,
to this
yes.
quickly, because I think it's an important point, and I know about the value of the block exemption regulation. Of course, it's a safe harbor. It's very important for companies, but on this, coming back to the draft from last year, the idea was never to leave stakeholders without guidance. And if you look at the drafts last year and on the website where it was published together with an explanatory note that explained that there would be guidance, but the guidance would be given in the horizontal guidelines. Again, dual distribution is a situation where you have vertical aspects, but you also have horizontal aspects. You can argue which one is stronger or which one is weaker, but the idea there was to give more guidance in the horizontal guidelines, because the horizontal guidelines have a huge chapter on information exchange. Then it was argued that this is not appropriate, and I personally agree, because the information exchange in the horizontal guidelines concerns inter-brand competition, whereas in dual distribution it's an intra-brand issue, mostly. And then the second point is, so first point, there was never the idea to leave stakeholders without guidance. Second point is, I think the SDS example is maybe not so appropriate here, because in the new test, at least, is phrased in the negative. So it is basically the presumption that information exchange is generally pro-competitive. So it's the complete opposite of what you described as an issue of selective distribution and having to prove that someone does not qualify for the for an SDS situation. And on SDS in particular, I know this is a panel about dual distribution, but I mean all of this is intertwined. Selective distribution, there's so much guidance on this in the vertical guidelines that builds upon the existing case law on selective distribution criteria, etc. So I think I would, although it's interlinked, I would say this is another area, and the area of information exchange in dual distribution has become a very specific subject, which is nevertheless still a hot topic, as I see.
Okay. So maybe we can jump to the next question, which is about the test. The test about what information is admitted as that we could exchange. And I believe that there is an issue in the text of the regulation, because if you read the text of the regulation, it's not very clear if the information should only be directly linked to the distribution agreement, or in addition, that it should be necessary for the improvement of the production or distribution of the contract goods or services. If you read the recitals of the regulation, say that both conditions are to be met. If you read the text of the regulation itself, it seems that these are alternative conditions, because as it is drafted, it is said that the exceptions shall not apply to the exchange of information between supplier and buyer that is either not directly related to the implementation of a vertical agreement, or is not necessary to improve, or which fulfills neither of these two conditions. And in the German text, it's the same, entweder oder. In the French text, it's soit. So this wording, maybe it's a mistake of the wording, but this wording, if it should be interpreted by a judge, would say these are two alternative conditions, and not two cumulative conditions. Maybe it's not what the Commission wanted to do, but as it is written, there is an issue of interpretation. And in the guidelines, sometimes it is alternative and sometimes it is cumulative, So here we have a legal issue.
Yeah, on this one, I think you have to look at Article 2.5 and the fact that it's phrased in the negative. And then if you have an alternative that says is either not directly related or not necessary, combined with the negative shows that you need both. And I think the addition at the very end shows exactly that you need to fulfill two conditions. It's a two-leg test. If you fail to meet one of the legs, then the test is not fulfilled. And this is, if you have to read this together with it's actually recital 13 here.
Yes,
and
but the recital cannot contradict the block exemption.
No, but in the Article 2.5, the very end is just meant as a clarification. So that is, and you have to look at the recital to interpret the provision in the actual regulation. That's what the recitals are for. And in recital 13, you have a clear reference to both elements. And it starts from the fact, and it's the starting point again, is that information exchange in dual distribution is generally also pro-competitive, and because it's efficiency enhancing. So I think maybe you're right, it leaves room for interpretation, but my interpretation is that it's phrased in the negative to send a clear signal that generally information exchange also in dual distribution is efficiency enhancing, and it also says that you need to fulfill both elements of the test, but generally speaking, both elements are fulfilled. So you would have to show as someone, the party to an agreement claiming that information exchange is either not directly related or is not necessary for the production or distribution of the contract goods or services, has to show that one of these elements, at least one of these elements, is fulfilled. And I think this is a strong signal also for stakeholders to say, this is information exchange that relates to the vertical agreement and normally ensures efficiency of the distribution of goods and services, that you can rely on that test, that it's normally fulfilled.
Yeah. I agree with you on the fact that in general both conditions will be fulfilled, but I believe that there is still a defect in the wording of the regulation. Maybe it's not a huge problem in practice, but maybe in a few cases it could be a problem. Could you tell us what you believe, what kind of information should never be exchanged between a supplier and a buyer in a case of dual distribution?
Yeah, I think this is a good transition to the examples. So in the guidelines you have in paragraph 99 and 100, you have examples of situations in types of information exchange that normally fulfills the test and therefore is block exempted. And those situations, information exchange, the red lines that I mentioned earlier. And clearly the exchange of future pricing is such a red line. And but you will also see that the list of examples where the test is fulfilled is much longer than the list of examples of the red line. So I think this strikes the right balance and takes into account the fact that normally information exchange is efficiency enhancing also in dual distribution. And it also takes into account an expert report that was commissioned where the experts also concluded that it is really case-specific, whether information exchange is directly related to the vertical agreement, and I think the experts use not the term necessary, they use proportionate, which is very similar. I mean, one can argue what's the difference, but they also argue that it really depends on the situation and the reasoning behind asking for information. I give you a concrete example, and that is a promotion campaign. If a promotion campaign is used to exchange future pricing and to cross the clear red line, then it's not block exempted anymore, and then we're entering by object territory. But a promotion campaign can also be efficiency enhancing. I mean, it's good to have promotion campaigns to bring the products to the consumer, and for running a promotion campaign, and again, you know this better than I do, you have to coordinate, you have to make sure that you have the right stock in place at the right time, and of course you need to coordinate also when it comes to the price that the supplier and the buyer negotiate, because the buyer will have an interest to still generate a certain margin with this, but there are clear red lines when it comes to exchanging future prices at retail downstream level when the supplier is also active in that market.
Okay, and the fact that we cannot exchange about effective future prices this does not prohibit the supplier to have recommended prices, not at all. Okay.
But this is all that follows also from the example. So I think the difficult task here was also to adjust and to align, make coherent this list of examples with the hardcore list, because the hardcore list has not changed. The hardcore on RPM still includes a reference to the fact that you can have recommended retail prices and maximum retail prices. I mean, there's guidance on this when this can turn into RPM, but recommended retail prices as such are not prohibited, neither under the old VBER nor under the new VBER, and the information exchange part had to be adjusted to the existing hardcore restrictions. And you find the reference, and that is meant to ensure consistency.
Okay, this is good news. Maybe we can go to the last questions. What, in your mind, what measures should companies take to comply with the new rules on information exchange in a dual distribution scheme? For you, yes. I can give also my opinion, but
then go ahead.
So I begin, and you tell me if it's okay. Yeah?
Okay.
So I believe that first, companies should look at the information flow that comes from the downstream side. Because today I have the impression that suppliers receive a lot of information, and quite often a great part of this information is not necessary at all. So maybe the first thing to do is to check, do I really need this information from my distributors? And this is very important. Then we have to check, is it linked to the agreement, and or we'll see, does it bring something positive for the distribution or production of the contractual goods or services? Then what we have to do also is to make training of the people who have to handle this information. And then the most important thing is to look at the people who receive the information and to select the people who have the right to receive what information. For example, the IT department normally should be able to receive all the information, because the IT people, they are in charge of managing the information system. But they have to sign NDAs to say that they will not communicate this sensitive information regarding the sales of the distributors to the team of the supplier in charge of direct sales. And we can do this for all the people involved to see who can receive information and why does he have to receive information, and if there is a problem, to put a Chinese wall to be sure that an information which is useful will not go to the wrong person. I believe that if we do all this, normally we should be safe.
I think you've put two sentences of the guidelines into very practical advice, and I mean, this question, what can we do? This was raised also during the entire review, and I think there's one paragraph in the guidelines again, it's 103, and that mentions indeed technical measures, but it's meant to just pick up very briefly on what stakeholders, including lawyers, have told us what one could do. But there's also a clear warning at the end. The fact that you put up a firewall separating information exchange doesn't mean that all of a sudden your information exchanges are in line with the test. I mean, it's still a matter of applying the test, and if there are information leaks and you have information exchanges that would normally not fulfill the test, then a firewall cannot make your information exchange in line with the block exemption regulation.
Yeah. So a last observation was if we have put in place a good system, we try to control the information, we try to put in place firewalls and so on, but we make a mistake. One information goes to the wrong person. Don't you believe that it should be necessary for the Commission or for National Competition Authority to take into account all the efforts made, to lower the fine?
Yeah, I mean, this relates to the legal consequences of what happens. And I mean, obviously there are many ways to take into account firewalls. I mean, I don't think I'm the best placed person to speak on whether this can lead to a reduction of fine. I'm the guy who was involved with the verticals, and I can point you again to the guidelines and maybe give you some comfort. And I mentioned it earlier today. There's clearly a reference to an individual assessment when it comes to the horizontal effects of this information exchange, and that would have to be assessed under Article 101 and possibly the horizontal guidelines. But it's not, if such an information exchange happens, it leaves the distribution agreement, the vertical agreement, untouched. I mean, provided that that agreement does not contain any hardcore restrictions. I mean, if it comes out that there was also RPM in place, and we're not talking about information exchange only, but also about a hardcore restriction. But the bottom line is there is some comfort in the guidelines, and this firewall and technical means that is to give you the hook to have some practical, to have a practical hook to give the advice that you've just given.
So we are okay. We have tried to answer all the questions we prepared.
So we are at the end.
Yes.
Sorry.
This is the end.
I have been forced to leave for a moment, but I'm happy that I came back before the end, at least. So we are late, about 25 minutes late. I think that we can, yes, we should have finished at 12:30. And we have a half an hour discussion. I would propose that we will have discussion, if there is discussion, until 1:15, more or less. So we will be a quarter late for going to lunch, no? But this we can do because we have lunch until 14:30. So I would give a place to some questions. Okay, for you. I am only governing this. I'm sorry. But.
So just one question from my part in respect to communications between, in this case, suppliers and distributors and so on. It was my impression in reading the new text of the VBR that it was, in some extent, in this respect, that is communications and exchanges and so on. In these assessments, the overview was a little bit like the one of the GDPR. It means, you can have an exchange of information and you have to make a sort of what in privacy matters we say DPI. This is a privacy impact assessment. And I had the impression we should do this in the communications and the dual distribution as well. That was my understanding. It means that, well, myself as a supplier, I may have some exchanges of information, but I have to give reasons why I think that this is important for the increase of my distribution and, of course, the, let's say, the improvement of myself and my network. But, and so I have to keep all this, let's say, thinking that and considerations that I have had in mind and probably on paper, but this I would like to ask, in order to justify myself in case someone asks and I need to give evidence to what was my considerations behind of it and why I built this sort of scheme of exchange of information. So that's what I understood. So my questions were, how long do I need to take this? To what extent do I have to go to explain myself and, put on paper the fact that I have built this sort of scheme of information, why I think it's relevant to increase my distribution, and why it's important for myself and my distributors as well. So this is something that I haven't quite understood, so I just wanted to, I don't know if others have thought about it, and so if you have a word on this, I would be really grateful. Thanks.
Yes, the recommendation we usually give to our clients is to put in place an audit of the information scheme and to put in place an organization. Because if we believe that if we can justify that we have addressed the problem and we have put in place a whole organization with confidentiality agreements, with description of the information that goes to each person, and to have a chart and an internal guide of the flow of information, who can receive that information, with the names of the people, and also an organization in different departments with a different manager for direct sales and for sales to the dealers, and so on and so on. And this has to be reviewed each year because the people change and the information changes. So I believe that if you put this in place, and it's a permanent organization, and if you do this, I believe that you minimize the risk in case of an inspection of a competition authority. What do you believe?
I think it's always good to think while you're sharing information. So that's all I can say to this. And the practicalities, I mean, the guidelines are already, they were 60 pages, now they are over 100. And if we now start giving guidance on how to set up a firewall and how to audit, etc. I mean, one, as I mentioned before, it cannot bring in line your information exchange with the test in any case. You have to still self-assess. Just because you put a firewall in place doesn't mean everything is fine. You have to also comply with the test. That's what it's ultimately about. And if we micromanage now firewalls, then we end up with 1,000 pages, I fear, because where do you start, where do you end? There are many other areas in the vertical guidelines where, of course, more practical guidance would be very helpful, I assume, but you also risk that this is outdated in 5 years.
Good morning. My name is Walter van Overbeek. I have a question which is very in line with the former question, and it was also covered in one of the panels, and it's about the loyalty programs. Because on the one hand, if you see what's forbidden is information relating to identified end users, or exchange of information relating to identified end users. But then there's an exception for loyalty programs. But what is a loyalty program? I mean, a loyalty program usually is to, let's say, to give certain incentives or benefits to loyal customers. And then the question, of course, is, well, who is able to give that incentive? Is it the dealer, or are you doing it directly? Because we're talking about the dual distribution. I'm not so sure. Perhaps you can give a little bit more insight as to why loyalty programs are excluded here, and what are the limits of that exclusion. I'm talking about paragraph 100 of the guidelines.
I think you raise a very important and practical question, and it's a similar example like the one I gave previously with the promotion campaigns. I mean, there's no such thing of no particular type of information where you can always say this raises issues. I mean, we've had the recommended retail pricing question, so it's very difficult to give guidance on each and every aspect of information exchange. You mentioned it, what is a loyalty program? There are different types of loyalty programs, but again, if we now add this as well, I mean, this is a non-exhaustive list of examples where normally the test would be fulfilled, that is in paragraph 99, and there is also mentioned, for example, performance-based related information, and there's also a reference to logistical information, information relating to customer purchases of the contract goods or services. But I think the idea behind it, and this was also mentioned at an earlier panel today, is obviously the supplier also has to coordinate with the distributor, and the distributor is also close to the market and is also the eyes and ears of the supplier. If we're talking about a purely vertical context, and dual distribution has a vertical angle, that's actually what everyone stressed 1 year ago when we proposed to limit the safe harbor. So it has a vertical angle, and for a vertical agreement for distribution, it's important for the supplier to know what the customers purchase, how often they come, and this is all efficiency enhancing. So that's why it's mentioned as an example that receiving information on customer purchases can fulfill the test and be directly related and necessary for the distribution of the good. But there's also this, you mentioned it, that's the other red line. I mean, when it comes to information relating to identified end users of the contract goods or services, there one can maybe not say anymore that we have sufficient certainty that Article 1013 is fulfilled, and therefore to err on the side of caution, it's to limit the safe harbor. So that's the idea behind it. And to come back to your question, I mean, loyalty programs, it's extremely difficult to say what is a loyalty program. I mean, I'm sure there are different types of loyalty programs, and this is just to give you some guidance and to work with the test. And I personally think the combination is extremely good, because you have a principle in the vertical block exemption regulation that gives us, national courts, and also stakeholders, when they do their self-assessment, a hook to do their self-assessment based on a principle, and the vertical guidelines give some practical guidance on the basis of examples. And obviously the business landscape is so diverse, you cannot cover everything unless you want to go for the 1,000 pages approach.
Yes, well, we still have a lot of work to do, I guess.
Johannes, this is a question for you, and it relates to a specific type of distribution, franchising. In franchising, generally, franchisors are contractually obliged to provide continuing guidance and assistance to their franchisees. And that's often a reason why franchisors open corporate outlets to obtain that practical information that they can then pass on to franchisees. And it's almost an obligation on franchisors to obtain that information from franchisees and then pass it on to other franchisees. And therefore, franchisors find themselves in a situation where almost they have to be a dual distribution, and almost they are often are contractually obliged to provide information on to franchisees. And that information would be what product lines are selling very well, what prices are the best prices for those product lines in order to achieve maximum prices, and what promotional activity works best for those product lines. Now, I suspect those are all things that you would get terribly excited about. Are you terribly excited about it?
Always terribly questions when it comes to verticals. So, but your point on franchising, it's also addressed in the guidelines. There is a paragraph that states that you have to take into account the distribution format, and that, says it all, I think, because in franchising, it's a very, I think it's a very strange animal, because you don't have a separate category besides exclusive and selective distribution. You have the category of free distribution, and franchising might combine a couple of things in from all of these different formats. So that's why I personally think it's a strange animal, but it's out there, and it has its justification, and there's even case law, long-standing case law on franchising that you have to take into account. There's also mentioned in a footnote. But this is just to say, for information exchange in dual distribution, the specificities of franchising have to be taken into account, and I think that's clearly mentioned in the guidelines. And you mentioned a couple of things, knowing what sells well, and also the pricing issue is always delicate, and that's why this is a particular interesting area for me. And for pricing, it's still allowed to set a recommended retail price that is mentioned explicitly in the hardcore restriction 4A. And in order to set the right recommended retail price, obviously the supplier has to gain some information, but it's certainly not necessary to then ask for future pricing of the distributor. And I think this red line is made very clear.
Hello, my name is Mercedes Clavel. I'm from Barcelona, and I would like to know what's the Commission approach to the obligation imposed by some franchisors or suppliers to their business partners to use a software especially designed by them for managing their business. I will explain. First, I think we saw this in franchise systems where the franchisor developed business management software, okay, and the franchisees were obliged, because of the agreement, to use this software. This software records all the transactions executed by the franchisee. For example, a well-known coffee brand, okay, with a lot of stores, has a software according to which they know which store at any minute is selling what type of coffee and at what price. And then I know that some big distribution companies, especially in consumer goods, okay, not in luxury goods, but I don't know, they impose their distributors to use a similar software, and the purpose is to better manage the stocks, but of course they gather a lot of commercial information. So will we have to tell our clients that this type of software cannot be used anymore, or that they have to limit, to change completely the software in order to not have access to certain information? Thank you.
I mean, on this one, I cannot give the Commission view, I can only give my view, but I know about these software programs. I think it's not only that particular sector, but the expert report also contains an example where in another sector this is exactly the same, that the supplier essentially has a direct access to what everything is going on in the distributor's distributor's business side. And again, I think it's important to ask yourself, why do you need all that information? I'm not sure that this all access, I mean, maybe there are justifications for this all access approach, but the good thing about the test and the examples here is there is a test, you have to apply this test, and it's for the practice to figure this out, and also by reference to these examples, but these examples are only examples. So you cannot say, and this is also mentioned in the guidelines, just because one example is fulfilled, it's still about the test. You have to apply the test, and I think it's always good to ask yourself why you're asking for all of that information. And It's also, I mean, the test allows companies to self-assess, and it also provides a framework for national competition authorities or the Commission to look into this and see how the test is applied. So I think this area of software programs where you have all access, this is something I would at least think it's worth looking and asking yourself if really everything is necessary and if everything is related to the implementation of the vertical agreement. It might work for the supplier's products, but if the distributor also sells competing brands, then you can also have other questions about the information exchange.
Yes, it's a current problem, not only in franchising, but because in all distribution systems you have dealer management systems, DMS. So what we are thinking about is there are different solutions. Some clients think about giving this part of the business to an external company who would be in charge of the management of the DMS system, or to cut the access of a part of the information from the supplier, that he does not have all the information, of the DMS system. But your question has already been raised by several suppliers, yes.
I think this brings us back to the question, what can you do in practical terms, and firewalls and technical means, and yeah, I think there are ways to address the horizontal concerns that might exist, because outside this specific dual distribution scenario and the concerns you can have with information exchange, obviously there's also another concern which we haven't addressed, but this is also hub and spoke and information exchange that goes from one supplier via the distributor to the other supplier, or from one distributor via the supplier to the competing distributor. And you can have not only intra-brand concerns, you can also have inter-brand concerns when it's a distributor that sells multiple products. So private label questions are also addressed in the guidelines. There's a lot to cover, and all of this shows us this is not an easy area, and you really have to look at the individual case.
Yeah, my name is Carsten Mestaf, and I would like to come back to John Pratt and franchising in the context with vertical information exchange. When we learned about the two requirements, direct relationship with a vertical distribution system, and second, the necessity approach, we all, as franchise lawyers, thought immediately of the Punaptia judgment. And the Punaptia judgment says if there is a necessity of a restriction of competition for the uniform appearance of the franchise system or for the protection of know-how, it's not considered as a restriction of competition. So the question is the necessity approach with regard to the vertical information exchange similar to this Punaptia necessity approach, or is there a difference? We thought it's pretty similar, and the result would be there is no restriction of competition if it comes to vertical information exchange in the franchise context.
Yeah, I think it's a very good point, and this relationship between what can we say in the vertical block exemption regulation and the guidelines, and also what's there in the case law, and essentially it's about the application of the ancillary restraints doctrine, where we have for franchising the Punaptia judgment. It's referenced also in the guidelines, if I'm mistaken, but yeah, you can argue now whether this is similar or not similar. I mean, if the Court of Justice tells us that in a particular or under certain circumstances, Article 101.1 doesn't apply, then obviously there's no room for a block exemption regulation or guidance anymore. But it's the same for agency agreements, which I mentioned earlier. It's an interpretation of the Commission that you can find in the guidelines, and this test, and maybe this is also a good, I don't want to say it, but a closing point on this. For me, this test is a clarification, mostly. It clarifies information exchange in dual distribution. I think already under the old rules, and the Danish colleagues would probably agree with me, you should have looked into this more closely, but now it's on the table, and I think it's good that we've raised awareness of the fact that a lot of information is exchanged, not only in a purely vertical context, so this new guidance concerns information exchange in dual distribution, which has a vertical angle, which justifies saying that as a starting point, this is all efficiency enhancing, but dual distribution has also a horizontal angle, and we need to look into this. We should be able to look into this, and companies should better self-assess their information exchange.
Okay, I think that it's time to go to our lunch. Do you want to say something conclusive? Or no? No? So I think we see each other, we are going out to at 2:30. Okay, thank you very much for your participation. We are very happy.